Poloskis, it is I, your Darth Ginger, a very, very tired Sith Lord. I'm welcoming you to episode 5 of 3, Scum and Villainy. Um, so, if everyone could go around and tell people who you are, the shenanigans you've gotten into, um, how about you also tell me where you are currently in the game. Oh, because this thing's been off the rails since day one.
We can't even see the rails.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
rails.
I am Celestin Bounty Hunter Kamameza. Rorku and I are best buds. I have done some shit. Last year even running into everything with my speeder bike, blowing stuff up. Didn't actually kill all the people at the end, so I guess that's not all the shit. This time, I'm trying to trick Tortle I believe his name is, with a
Todana.
yeah, he's looking for a relic that Count Dooku wanted, and I'm totally trying to convince him it's a leg. I mean, he's got a lot of arms, so maybe he needs more legs.
I believe it ended with him saying,
Not thinking.
"What the fuck does Count Dooku want with a robot leg?"
All the things. I don't know.
True. It's a present for his buddy Grievous.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Like, that's as soon as I said it, I'm like, shit, that's not right.
I'm Warrior. I play Honk Khaleesi. He is a Jawa medic. His life has been ruined by these assholes, but he's decided to kind of roll with it. So he and Wilbur had gone off to the casino, giant casino, along with a Jedi, because that's cool. We ended up sort of following the directions finally, and we went to go negotiate for some super secret important information. We successfully negotiated. We won the auction, and then when it came time to pony up, it was sort of like, yeah, I've got it back in my spaceship. And they were like, how about we kill you instead? And I was about to be like, let's not do that. But we...
Man, it could also be you drove it up to an incredibly high level, and then now you're like, no, I don't have it here.
I have it in my ship.
I have it elsewhere.
You can't carry around that much just loose cash.
Yeah, who carries that on them?
No.
Yeah, it's impractical.
Ridiculous. I'm very small. That amount of cash would be larger.
We've seen visually in Andor now how much that is. It's a lot.
I also think you should make a Honk shirt, and it uses the Army of Darkness quote that says, "I don't even know these assholes."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's got it in my notes.
There it is. Hey, I'm Rorku Bauman, Trandoshan Bounty Hunter, dear friend and adopted clutchmate of Kamameza. We've been doing a lot over this last year, and I'd just like to say that I think we've made some great decisions. I think that we are doing the best with what we've got, and I think that droids should be liberated, and also I think we should steal some new starfighters, because losing all of our other stuff is kind of a bummer. But we've got Dolores, so get that going for us, which is nice.
I'm Matt, aka Wilbur, Gamorrean bounty hunter with fewer limbs than when I started, but It's okay. I got new ones. I'm with Honk. We may be screwed. But it's fine. It's fine. There's a Jedi nearby. We're trapped in a bubble with a Jedi who wants to kill us. So yeah, maybe they'll cancel each other out. I don't know.
All right, I'm Joel. I am playing 2R1ST, aka PN15.
What?
It's true. Don't let the
It's
Hawaiian,
him.
don't let the Hawaiian shirt fool you. The game has gone a bit off the rails, which is exactly why 2R1ST is mounting the railgun onto his droid body. Also, perhaps to vaporize the man who was being incredibly rude to me because I was a droid.
Where's TR? Where's Pen 15 at?
I'm in the ship. I'm in Dolores X.
Okay. I don't recall who was rude to you, so you might have to remind me of that.
The big guy that we're handing the leg over to.
Oh, okay. Well, he's rude to everybody, so that makes sense.
I don't think I'm forgetting anything. Solid decision making. A lot of mutual love. I do want to shout out, before we get into this too much, that for all of the limb removal efforts that I've put into Extra Life, I've gotten some grief about it from one person in particular, who I believe in this game has removed more limbs than I have. So, $5 donation to Ryan, and Hom will get you an arm
Or a leg.
or a leg.
I've actually removed 0 limbs. Space removed limbs. I cleaned up Space's mess
Shaved off meat.
and provided. So I'm actually 2 legs up.
Your new nickname is Arby's. You've got that meat.
Oh no!
And I'm pretty sure you provided 4 legs.
This is some Obi-Wan ass
That's
justification.
true. I
From a
did.
certain point of view.
Hey, Rondell, I got your meat.
Look, you can-
This game brings me such good joy. Also, for everybody, we played this last year, and then Darth Ginger, the Wise, offered up a mini series for her birthday, and so this started on my birthday, and it was supposed to be a 3-parter, and he has dealt with our BS now for 5 episodes. If we say it's got off the rails, he has been very generous in supporting this wonderful endeavor. So
Shenanigans.
thank you for your generosity.
So I'll put it in the chat, but I'll use the same thing I'm using for all my games this year. A single dice reroll will simply cost you a $1 donation. Easy peasy.
Easy and peasy.
A 2 dice reroll will cost a $5 donation. All is good. And as we expressed last night, you can donate to make your friends reroll as well. Because last night's Star Wars game,
Yeah, we were not friends. There was no common goal.
We're all friends here, though. Mostly.
Well, yes. Now, I will ask Darth Ginger if anybody else, maybe watching, wants to contribute to the
yes.
and wants to make us reroll a failure or a success. Will you accept donations for that?
Yeah, of course. I'll put it in the chat there. Donations can also be made by the Force.
Oh. Yowza.
Although they may need to specify what they're donating for with the little delay in Twitch.
Oh yeah,
That's true.
So yeah, actually, your Extra Life shenanigans from last year played a part in Extra Life Star Wars last night. So,
Oh,
Hey, just wanted to say right off the bat, everybody in the clutch, 1-2 dice reroll on this guy. $25 donation your way, Darth Ginger. Starting off hot because we don't roll well in this game.
no, we'll need that.
Yes, only in this game.
I feel targeted there.
you should. You should
You
feel
should
very
after last
targeted.
night.
You should know that they're basically doing this for you.
I don't believe it. I
Mm,
may use all 5 of those.
That also.
hey, Nate's dad.
Hey, Nate's dad.
Hey, Sarah.
Hey, Sarah. Hey, Sarah.
Hi, Sarah's.
Hi, Sarah. Yes.
Oh gosh, so many Sarahs. Okay. Are we ready to jump into things?
As ready as we're going to get.
Okay.
That's the
Look.
truth.
This is like a double-sized finale because generally our episodes are about 2 hours. So we've got, I believe, a 4-hour block.
Yep, it's episodes 5 and 6. Both in there. We got 2 trilogies. Link them up.
Oh, Nate, why?
Just check off Nate's box for birthday game too.
That's what. Yeah, I mean that works.
It's a twofer.
Yeah.
Okay. Whew. All right, we start on the Dolores. PN15. You have managed to attach the railgun in a fashion where it's looks like it's on your back, like a back strap, like a backstrapped gun where you'd have to take it off, but actually there's just a handle and you can pull it up and it's a shoulder mount. It does make you feel a little unwieldy as far as like it throws your finely crafted balance off. So you do realize you might be a little more difficult in doing some nimbler activities, and it may make your running a little more difficult. But overall, I mean, great success.
Is there a second one?
No,
Okay. Just checking.
no. I mean, it's big, and you've made it so where it's on your back at a slant, but when you pull this, it just literally just whoop and comes around.
Mhm.
So you really couldn't put a second one on. You're just not big. You're just not big enough, which is frightening to say because you're a tall boy.
Where's the ad from 1 to 10 leaf fields? What are we looking at here?
Oh, 1 to 10 leaf fields. You're at least a 7.5 leaf field. You would be a full 10 if you want to throw on a couple bandoliers, some leg bandoliers, some belts,
And a metal
various
pockets.
Yeah.
And if you show us your feet, because let's be honest, am I right? Also, donations to John for showing us his feet.
Darth Tito wants to see them tiny feet.
Well, we do have weaponry on board, correct? We have assembled quite a collection from
I'm assuming
salvage.
so.
So I have no qualms with going the full Liefeld, and getting every bandolero and grenade belt imaginable, and just becoming a walking pouch and a railgun.
Okay, yeah, I mean the weight isn't going to bother you too much. You're already going to be slowed down because of this giant gun you've mounted to your shoulder. Maybe you have seen a lot of IG-88 footage, and you're like, a single bandolier? Come on, guy. That won't do.
Mhm.
That's amateur hour.
It's amateur hour. Why don't you roll me 2 dice and tell me what you get?
James, you paid for a 2 dice or a 1 dice reroll?
A 2 dice reroll.
Okay.
Everybody's got one.
I'm gonna go ahead and use mine.
Oh no! Poorly.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
why wouldn't you?
Can I use the first roll instead of the second one?
No.
Oh no!
I will be paying for a reroll, Ben.
Oh yeah, cool. And I am taking everyone at their word that they'll follow through. Everyone did last night. Oh, thank you.
I've already donated in advance for those 5. It's already in.
8.
You got 8. You've adorned yourself with 8 pouches, bandoliers, and belts.
That's beautiful.
You know, to the organic aesthetic, you might look a little busy. But when you take a look at yourself and scan yourself in a reflective device, you look good.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I believe. I mean, I don't have those, organic eyeballs.
No, you're just like scanning yourself, and you're like, oh yeah, I'm optimized.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that from one moment to the next, it may look like the railgun is a railgun, and then maybe it looks like Han Solo's pistol, and then it looks like a railgun again.
I mean, I guess if you want to look at it at different angles, like, does this railgun make me look fat? I mean, that's what we're going for.
No, I'm sticking with the whole Liefeld.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, sometimes the perspective is correct. Other times it's just weirdly off.
I thought you were going to say like railguns are slimming like a black dress.
No, the whole how like Cable would have like a giant gun, and then the next panel it would be a completely different gun of a different size.
I've tried to block out every Liefeld comic I've ever bought, traded for, found in my possession.
I'm kind of the point where I think he might be a genius. I think it all comes down to, was it on purpose?
I don't think he's smart enough for it to have been on purpose.
It's a bold stance.
But it might be bold, but it's probably correct.
Didn't say it was wrong.
All
I
right.
like the idea of this being a Liefeld book because we're in this like very fancy casino and there are just large rocks on the ground everywhere.
Everyone is wearing Levi's or the space equivalent.
Just magenta backgrounds with rounded rectangles
Mm-hmm.
to define the space. Yeah.
If there aren't rocks on the ground, there will be once I start using the rail.
It's fair.
Sure.
All right. What are you going to do though? PN15. You've now successfully mounted this railgun. You've pouched up.
Pouched up. And I'm going to head out to rejoin the shenanigans already in progress.
So you make your way down the gangplank, and that's when you hear Todonald. Now I can't remember Todonald's last name all of a sudden. Todonald say, what Count Dooku want with a robot leg? And you see all those B1 battle droids that have been painted to look like they're wearing tuxedos raise their blasters. He looks at you, Cam, and says, are you trying to do something and trick the smartest of the smart, the most bigly of casino owners in this small sector of the galaxy.
Outnumbered as we are, would I do that? Who are we to say what Count Dooku really wants?
Kind of looks around like he's waiting for someone to tell him what he should think. And then he says, I will not be shamed. I want it for half. This seems like a farce.
All right, hold on. Let us confer. Can take Roku and go back. Like
You have this many minutes.
that's fair. I mean, sure, right?
Even the B1s are looking at him like, oh God, why?
I think whatever keeps us in the air and gets us out of here.
I mean, we came into this.
Remind me, was it just you three, or was there two other people there with you?
I think it's just the three of us. Everybody else is with Honk and Wilbur.
No, I believe you guys had communicated with a Sinorn Chur and a Tula Chazad.
Had we met up with them though? I thought that they just gave us I thought that they were like our contact. No?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, they were. I know that they had contacted you because they were looking for a relic that Dooku had stolen from the witches of Dathomir.
Oh, stolen is a we were, you know, we do these things for money. You know, we're not just stealing; we're obtaining for clients.
I don't remember though if you had agreed to get that back for them, because Todonald has it.
I think that was part of like the whole big like switcheroo is like we get this thing and then we bring it to them and then they give us this thing and then like.
So let me retcon a little bit. Todonald says, I get to keep both relics and I give you 52,000 credits. It's for the leg. And then you tell everyone you know about my massive Dooku collection.
It is a lot of money, Cam.
We might need it for the rest of this mission.
The question is, are we going to piss off the witches of Dathomir? Because it's
not. I don't have it here. It's in a different ship.
God damn it.
So anyway, I started blasting.
Oh, you're
I'm just kidding. I'm just Danny DeVito meaning.
Okay. Are you the Danny DeVito of Solistans? Because that makes me sort of happy on so many levels.
I think I am.
Okay, sweet.
I feel like, you know, we could always re-obtain it later, but right now it feels like
we're on the good end of the deal.
A little extra money would be
helpful. Warrior.
Not wrong. I don't know. What would our counter offer be, Cam?
You have a lot of guns trained on you right now, so I just want to make that abundantly clear.
At this point, we're not in a strong position.
Oh no! I'm not talking about bargaining. I'm just thinking about like, if we were, like, what is the money offset for?
I see.
For this, yeah, no. I think that we've probably shot enough people on the HoloNet live in front of everybody to last a lifetime. We don't need Mr. Big Bucks here putting our faces in other places. We're popular enough as it is.
He won't be able to do that if you allow me to resolve our situation.
Let's call that Plan C.
Fine.
You'll get to shoot here eventually. I can almost guarantee
It's fair.
Does seem likely.
Cam, I think you're the numbers guy, and I think that I think you should negotiate, and 2R can be our plan C, and I'll be our plan D.
All right, so I'll turn around. 52. I mean, that's a really nice relic. 60.
His kind of overgrown, so his eyes are slit, narrow even further, and says, 40.
I feel like you went the wrong way.
So do I. I'm growing impatient with you boys.
All right, fine. Let's go 52, and then we can both leave.
40.
$30, and we keep the other relic.
Why don't you read a sitch for me, Worku?
Benjamin, I would love to. I'm opening.
He doesn't have the other relic.
I realized that this is a D6 game, and I just rolled 2 D20s. I rolled really well, though.
We'll save those for later.
Let's see. Read my sitch. I rolled an 8, and I have -1 to share, so I'm a 7.
You tell me what you want to know, because I believe you get to ask questions.
So reading a sitch, I'd love to see whether I think that like he can be like how he reacted to us going that much lower for that. Like, is he willing to just be like, yeah, the relic doesn't actually make a difference to me. I'm just looking at getting the one thing that I want, and like basically like selling it out from under him for the other one. Like, could we basically get the thing that we need and make a little scratch on top and maybe with her?
You get the impression that at one point probably, but now he's grown impatient. More coffee. Now I have 2 coffee. And there's one upstairs. Now that means 3 coffee. Mini shots of espresso.
Oh.
Which
why
means,
can't we have 3 money and no coffee?
No. Hello, Panzer Cam Wagon 4 Sturm Tiger. That is a long, complicated name that I should not be trying to say this early in the morning.
I feel like a tank
On a
just said hi to us.
Saturday. Yeah. Oh no. You get the feeling that the wheels have started to turn, and he is starting to rethink whether or not he's just going to take this from you. And the longer you I'm sorry, Cam, go ahead. No, you
I was
go
going to
ahead.
say, thinking is not his strong suit, so that's not good for us.
Yeah, exactly. And that the relic, he seems to covet these relics. And by him saying, don't go tell everybody that Donald has the largest Count Dooku, the most bigly Count Dooku memorial museum in all of the Ord Mandel system. He's looking at this as a potential profit drawing endeavor. So he wants to get his things at bargain basement prices.
How about this? 30,000, we get a free tour of the museum. We want to see the collection.
How about this? 30,000 and you get a discounted tour of the museum.
What's the price in the discount there?
He looks at the droids and they kind of look back at him, like shrugging their droid shoulders. 100 credits.
That's the normal price or the discount?
Discount.
That's fair.
I'm not running a charity.
I hear it's a great
Although
collection.
maybe I should make a charity.
I mean, you could do it for the kids.
And you could do it for the kids by donating at extra-life.org.
All right. So you make your transaction. And he has himself taken away on his stoop thing that they carry. And he says he'll send for you when it's time for your tour.
That sounds ominous.
Meanwhile, back in the negotiating room, your two partisans, Lork and Eoward Gore, have drawn their pistols. It's going to be a shame to have to kill you boys.
Look. There's no need to kill anybody here. Nobody's gonna make any money getting killed, right? So
Obviously, we're not going to make any money from you guys supposedly wanting to buy this information because you don't have the money.
we have the money. We just don't have it in the bubble. We didn't. The bubble is just absolutely. There's no way to calculate for a force bubble or whatever this is. Like, no, we just got to go back to our ship, get the goods, and bada bing, bada boom. We
A couple of those troopers that came with Coda kind of lean down and he's talking to him like with his hand over his face. And he says, how about this? I'll send my boys to go get your money. And they'll bring it back. And we can complete this. Like I said, I truly do believe that we all can do more with this information. Rather do more damage if we all have it. Rather than if just I have it.
you want people who want us to go back to our ship and get money with that. We're just gonna give you verbal directions to where we keep it, and you're gonna
Call it an act of faith.
I'm not a man of faith, sir.
Well, I'm not a man of letting folks who we just told a bunch of sensitive information to walking away from the negotiating table to their ship and then leaving. I don't know you. I know them, and I already ID'd the ISB who left. So I haven't stayed alive long through the purge by letting yahoos like yourself walk back to your ship. Now, if you've got a third party you'd like to have accompany my men, I would be fine with that. But it's not going to be Worku, because he has left the chat.
Sorry.
No, you're okay. Oh, thank you.
Our
Sorry,
Our
I
Jedi-
forgot.
our Jedi pal is just outside the force bubble, right?
He's nearby.
Just be like, yeah, sure, we got a third party for you. Sure. Yeah.
And our drug addicted
Tutu Plim?
yeah.
Yeah. Head on up. Yeah, go get the money with Tweak and the Jedi here. Basically, yeah, they're right there. You'll gesture toward them.
You see, like, Tutu is madly playing like this mobile droid who looks to be some type of one-armed bandit game. and it like keeps trying to get away from him, and he keeps like obsessively following it. Like he's very, very into this, and Noel keeps constantly like trying to pull him away, but at the same time just keeps kind of looking around as if there's something bothering him.
So the Noel and Tutu over there, they take you. They know where all the stuff is, and we'll get done.
Fair enough, boys. You know what you take care of. And they walk and go out of the bubble and head over to where Noel and Tutu are, and they kind of point back to this, and you see that Tutu is a little like trepidatious because he's very invested in pulling that lever. That golden arm, and Noel is trepidatious because he has not spoken to you. You can tell he's kind of like. So eventually they gesture, and he makes his way over to the bubble.
Can we tell how they exited the bubble?
It's just kind of an energy field. So what you're getting the impression of is this energy field. What you can see going on from the outside looks like you're playing like a high stakes game, but actually you've dropped lower in the floor. Like it's dropped in like a secondary floor down a couple steps where you're actually having this meeting. So not only is there like a protective shield over it, that they can allow people in and out of, but also there's like an illusionary status going on above, so it gives like a illusion of like this is just a super high stakes Sabak game going on. Or is it Sabak? I don't remember.
I don't know. I don't gamble.
Come on, George. I don't speak your silly made up language.
But
especially not at 9:39 in the morning, George.
So does Honk get the impression that like if they tried to leave this bubble? All right. I will. 8. Oh wait, no, I rolled. No, sorry, it's I'm still on Tales of the Loop. It's 10.
Are you? I would say, are you rolling the right dice?
I rolled like 9.
Yeah, I just keep the good ones, right?
Yeah.
So you got it. What did you say you got?
10.
10. I believe that allows you to ask multiple questions. I can't remember how many because
I don't remember. It's been so long
since I've asked questions. I've lived so long at the end of the gun.
Saying.
Yeah, why don't you ask me 3 questions? I'll answer 3 questions. How about
okay.
That? We'll do.
Honk wants to know
what? Favorite color?
You got 10. You got a 7.
Honk would like to know if they could leave the bubble on their own volition, or if.
So Honk has noticed that every time someone has left or entered the bubble, that there is a small kind of area, it looks like below the table, where Ewood is hitting some type of switch.
Okay.
You just kind of started to catch this as you've seen people come and go from the bubble. Also, you've noticed when that happens, the bubble seems to have a variant of blue coloration. It like goes from this like hard dark blue to like a lighter blue that actually increases your ability to see outside the bubble.
Okay. And does it look like they hit the switch again to sort of reclose it, or is it like, does it seem timed?
It seems timed.
Okay. How long does it seem like they have?
Not long. It seems like it's a pretty, like they're hitting it so they can walk out and then it closes.
Okay.
Too many, Joel. Too many.
Oh,
Not enough.
All right. Yeah. So, you said Noel was sort of coming over.
Yeah.
Okay. Honk is just gonna be like, my associate here, I'd really like to brief him on the situation. Can I just go do that real quick?
They kind of look, Ewood and Lork look at each other, and then Rom puts his arms in between his sleeves so his arms disappear, and he pulls his mask back down all the way and says, I don't have a problem with that, but you can do it right here in front of us.
Sure. Yeah. Because he just can't hear out there, right? Like.
Yeah, exactly. So Ewood lowers the shield enough where Noel can come in, and you can see Tutu and the two members of Rom's security detail kind of waiting just beyond the shield. So Noel waits and then walks through the shield.
Honk will explain the situation. He will. I don't want to go all the way back through it because time, and also like a lot of that happened 3 months ago. So he will also.
Are you going to explicitly state that he's a Jedi in front of anyone?
No.
Okay.
He will, however, like as part of this explanation, say like, because we've gotten the information already, right?
Yes, you have it on you. That you've received the data pad. You just haven't been able to leave with said data pad yet.
Okay. Sure.
So technically, yes, you have the information.
So Honk will get up off his high chair, and he'll walk over, and he'll grab. So he has like not exactly a data, but he has like a medical pad, right? Like a normal, medical thing. So he'll be like, he'll just pretend like it's a data pad, and it'll be like, here's the directions to all of the.
So you're gonna try to pull a fast one on all these guys.
Yes.
Okay.
He's going to sleight of hand the actual data pad
in front of another Jedi and two partisans. Okay. Yeah.
He doesn't have like a lot of options.
I'm all for this business here. Making enemies of friends. Why don't you give me a hot? Why don't you manipulate this situation? Unless you have another move that allows you to do this.
No. Not without sedating people. So it's just more like plan B. All right, that's hot 11.
Oh. So you kind of bumble around with your bag, and you're able to push your kind of medical journal pad in place of the actual data pad. So you've still got a pad in your hands, but it's not the correct pad. You've actually managed to pull this off.
So Noel has the data pad. He'd be like, great. So yeah, when you get to the ship, just remember on the pad, my password is 1234. So it shouldn't take too long. Appreciate your.
When you say that, Lork elbows you when he goes, I told you it's a good password. No one ever thinks of it.
And yeah, they just I guess come on back when it's all done, and we'll get out of here. So Appreciate your help, pal.
He kind of leans in and puts his hand on your shoulder and says, Are you in danger? This seems troubling.
Yes.
He stands up and he's wearing like civilian clothes. So like civilian Star Wars fancy future clothes. So he's got like a shirt on and then like a very soft, long, flowing robe looking thing, like robe duster made of very soft cloth. And he kind of slides it aside at the waist. And you see that he's got a blaster slung. And if you look hard enough, you can see tucked behind the blaster is his lightsaber. And he says, Gentlemen, I think that you've made an error in judgment here. And the two partisans kind of look at each other and then look at you, and he's like, they're like, what is this bullshit?
No, he I know my friend here, it's fine. He's a little bit awkward. He just got unfrozen out of carbonite like a few days ago, so he's a little, whoop, whoop. But
he kind of looks at you and he says, No, I'm seeing very clearly right now. You're my friend, and these people are attempting to coerce you into doing something that you don't want to do. And I'm not going to stand for that.
it's like he whispers, he's like, yeah, great. They're gonna kill me.
He kind of takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and he's like, no, they're not. And in that moment, a lightsaber appears in Ram Koda's hands, and he puts the blade right up to Wilbur.
Looks like somebody's going to lose another leg.
And you can't see his face because he's wearing that helmet. And you can just hear this kind of crackly voice say, my suggestion is you leave everything here and you two go get that money. And I'll make sure your friend stays in one piece. You're making things far more complicated than they need to be.
Hunk sort of looks to see what Noel's gonna do, because
Yeah.
He
this is some Jedi shit.
he kind of just puts his hand on the hilt of his blaster, which you kind of look over and you can see he's basically hooking his fingers around his lightsaber. And he just kind of looks at you and he just says, are we going to get what these people want, or are we staying?
Let's see. Hunk isn't a fighter, but Hunk does have everything right now that he needs. So I think Hunk.
Soon you'll have more Arby's fresh meat if you make bad decisions.
Hunk is going to
That's your chance to be free.
Hunk is going to
The big Montana made from fresh Wilbur meat.
Hunk is going to grab Hunk is going to fool around on his bandolier for a second and then grab his.
When you do that, you see Koda's blade go close enough where the tiny hairs on Wilbur's face start to sizzle. He's like, we're beyond that point now. You need to place the bag and the pad on the table, and you need to go get the agreed upon sum. I have played this game to the level I've decided to play it, and now I'm affording you the luxury of doing what you said you'd do.
Hunk will put he will reach back into his bag. He will put the.
Ewood and Lork also have their blasters out now.
I'm sure they do. He will put the definitely real, and definitely not his medical data pad on the table.
They want you to put all that shit on the table now. They're done letting you walk away with anything.
And Honk he's acting very nervous. He's being manipulated,
which makes them even more thinking that you're up to something.
I mean, he's like, everyone's got blasters. He's like, everyone's got blasters pointed at me. Like, this is just I thought this was a gentleman's game, but all right. When
you say that, Ewood and Lork start to laugh, and Coda, I mean, again, you can't see his face because he's wearing like a helmet. He leans forward and he says, "This isn't a gentleman's game. This is war. We're talking about the lives of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, if not billions of lives across what used to be the Republic. I'm not playing games here. That time for niceties is past. Give us the money, or I remove you from the board, so to speak."
Honk will, he'll be like, "Yeah, okay, sure," and he'll reach back into his bag to ostensibly do the thing. He will just.
Noel hands you the other data pad and just stares at those three like he's going to, like at the drop of a hat, or you just saying "let's go," that he's gonna, bring all sorts of horribleness upon this room.
Honk is going to pull out. He's going to just as quickly as he can pull out his ion gun and shoot Ram Koda in the dick.
You can roll for this.
Of course, it's strong with this one. And you thought it was our dumbasses that were going to get shot first.
Yeah, Honk just went from like the voice of reason to being the instigator. I guess I'm glad that he doesn't have a thermal detonator on him, huh?
This is what? Is this?
Oh, this is hard.
Hard?
You're threatening and insulting.
7.
Okay. You blast, you quick draw blast, and Coda deflects it with the force, and it hits Lork. So now Eowyd's like up, and he's just like gun at everybody, and you turn and you look outside the bubble, and Coda's troops basically now have their guns on Tutu. But standing now directly in front of you is Noel. And he's got his thing open, and now he has switched the blaster and the lightsaber. So the lightsaber's in front, and he's just got his hands up, and he just looks at you and looks at Wilbur, and he says, "You should leave." And then his lightsaber floats into his hand and he ignites it.
Great. Hunk will take the data pads. Quick, like he's like data pads.
As soon as I want you to make me a cool for that, please.
Oh, but you know what? The good news is even if I fail, I get an experience point for acting on fire.
You do.
Oh man, all right.
The real Danny DeVito we made was all the bad decisions we did.
I rolled 11. -1 is 10.
You grab it. You feel a pull as Coda's hand goes from blocking to kind of clenching, and there's like a pull on the bag, but you're able to wrestle it.
No, knock it out, and then he'll I guess he'll shoot Eeyore.
You're gonna.
It's an ion gun. It's like a stun gun, right?
Ion gun is more of a stun gun for
droids.
electronics.
Yeah.
But luckily for you, you already noticed that Lork has some electronic parts.
It's what I got, unless I start throwing syringes at people, which I might. So yeah, he'll be like, well, but we gotta go. And
there's still a lightsaber to Wilbur's throat.
I still have a lightsaber.
Oh, that's a bummer. The whole plan was to like shoot at his dick so he'd like move the lightsaber down.
What? We move the lightsaber somewhere. Yeah.
Protect your dick.
He just kind of says, by the fact that I have not killed your friend should tell you that I am an honorable enough man to follow through on our negotiated terms. But you are pressing this matter to the point where I will inflict grievous violence upon you.
There's no need to bring him into this. But
if you will just do your portion and collect the funds as per all of our agreement of payment and return them forthwith, I am more than happy to overlook this indiscretion.
Well,
so again, you've got Rom Coda has a lightsaber to Wilbur's neck, and his hand is clenched in front of him. And now you've got Noel Yanich standing in front of you, who also has his lightsaber drawn. Just waiting for basically the go ahead to attack.
I never thought I'd say this to a Jedi or whatever the hell you are.
Well, you know Rom Coda's a Jedi.
Okay.
He was a higher up Jedi. And you do also know, as the Partisans were talking as well, he's not going to use this information in a harmful way. He is going to use it directly against the Empire, just as the Partisans are. He was expecting that you would be doing the same. So you've kind of, in some ways, made him doubt his initial thoughts on what you were going to do and maybe even who you say you are.
That would have been a good thing to remember before I shot him.
I mean, it never hurts, but
he's like, okay. He's
like, what it is now. So
it is what it is. Hey, that's all right. He's like, okay, all right. Okay, all right. I'm sorry. Go get the stuff.
Exactly. You can leave your pads and bags here, and you can go get the credits you've agreed to give these men.
Yeah, I'll do that. Okay. All right. I'll do it.
Noel kind of looks down at you and then deignites his lightsaber and just kind of, he holds his hand out and it like goes directly to his belt.
Like the keys of
a
full gym instructor.
As soon as he does that, Coda deignites his lightsaber. And he kind of looks at you, Wilbur, like kind of slightly like, well, you can't really see his face. He's wearing a helmet.
Sure.
But he just kind of turns to you. And then Coda slides over and lowers the shield for you. Because you would standing up and Lork is flat on his back. So.
All right.
Well,
yeah, that.
Let's go get that money.
Yeah, that was the whole thing, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, you guys, you leave the confines of the bubble, and the troops lets you walk in front of them, and they keep Tutu between them and you two. As you're making your way, Noel kind of looks over to you and says, I don't know that person, but they have a lightsaber. Granted, I have been incapacitated for some time, but I also can you feel it?
What?
Why don't you make me a sharp, please? No, you know what? Attuned, please. Why don't you reach out with your instincts? Actually, all of you aboard the ship can make it. Aboard the station can make it. Except for you can too, Pen 15. Can you feel it in the air tonight? Was where I was going, but
I almost said that like in the air.
Yes, yes.
And then
I beat Warrior. I beat Warrior to a crappy joke. It rarely happens when I did it.
I rolled a 9.
9.
I only got a 6, so nothing for me.
Cam, you're very involved in this negotiation that you've just completed, and the fact you're going to now be able to go and look at this amazing Bigly Count Dooku exhibit.
Yeah, and we'll see what we pick up at the gift shop
for half price. Work 2. What'd you get?
I got a 10.
You like all of a sudden, as you guys are starting to kind of get together and figure out what your next steps are, you have this overwhelming feeling of dread, as if the inherent light has just started to be pulled out of this entire place. Pen 15, what'd you get?
5.
You're like, look at this sweet railgun I've now incorporated in all of these belts and pouches. I am truly a Liefeld-ian dream.
I am magnificent.
Look upon me and tremble. Wilbur, what'd you get?
Yeah, I got a 9.
9. You also feel something's not right, and it's not coming from where you are, but it's like the outside is closing in on like everything. And you notice that when they leave, Coda takes his helmet off and he kind of looks up and kind of looks troubled and slightly just put off all of a sudden, like this weight is crushing down upon him. And he kind of stops and he says, we need to speed this up. And then he reaches out and like touches your face where he singed you and your hairs just kind of grow back in. And you know when he does that, he's like sweating. Honk, what did you get? I don't recall.
I got 8.
8. You too feel something. And it is kind of this overwhelming like pressure that is feeling like it's building up and kind of enveloping this place.
Ugh.
It almost like headache inducing.
Yeah, I think so. What is it?
It's what I felt on the station. It's that absence. Something's off here. We should be leaving. I don't think I'm equipped to handle this.
Yeah, we just got to do this this exchange, right?
Yeah. So you start to make your way to your ship, Wilbur. While you're in the bubble, Coda turns to you and he literally says, "No offense meant. Honestly, son, I would not have killed you. Not my intent, but you have to understand that I have to upkeep my agreements with these gentlemen."
You had me convinced.
Who's the
worth? Do you feel that?
He kind of half smiles and he says, "Probably more than you do. That's why I want to expedite this business so I can move on. Who's your friend with the saber?"
He is Noel. We found him in an escape pod, trapped in hyperspace of all places.
He kind of like narrows, and you can see like him trying to process. Eowyn kind of goes, I don't care that you guys should have left him there. I mean, he shot Lork for no reason. well, technically you deflected, and I don't know. It's just not good.
I mean, we needed his help, and he's done good by us so far. I understand not liking getting shot, but I'm not fond. But high.
Rom Coda like literally turns to you, so your two are facing each other directly. Says, "What do you feel when you look at me?" So I want you to read that sitch.
All right.
Mitch says happiness. I mean, you could feel happiness at the presence of Rom Coda. I don't know.
Oh, geez. Well, I got a 3.
Like you think really hard, and you look at him, and you're just not picking anything up.
Does he still have the mask on?
No, he had taken that off.
Dang. Yeah, I'm not getting anything, but it's been a few days. I had legs when this started, and
he reaches out and puts his hands in your hands, and he says, "Try again." Reach through that monitor, baby.
That is an 8.
Feel my hands in your hands, daddy.
That is an 8.
You do feel like when you make contact, you feel light. Like there's like a light emanating from him, like this positive energy emanating from him. And he said, he looks at you and he like holds your hands actually and says, "I've been doing this a very long time. I believed in the Order and I believed in the Republic, and I still do. I don't know that man. And I didn't know every Jedi. I've never claimed I did. But do you feel the same thing from him that you feel from me? Because I don't. I feel gray."
I don't know that I did feel anything from him one way or the other, but
whatever reason someone puts somebody in hyperspace, I don't care what the reason is. But you can't be somewhere like that for so long and have it not affect you. There's a word to the wise. I'll be very, very careful. That's a detonator you're holding in your hands that you may not be able to pull the fail-safe on. Now we'll hope your little friend brings back that money so we can all be about our ways.
Yeah, food for thought. I appreciate the warning. I hope it doesn't come to anything.
Well, I would recommend that you think real hard about the associates that you have, and if you're ever looking for work, you come talk to me.
I will definitely let you know. If I had good taste in associates, I probably wouldn't be where I am today, but it's been a fun ride.
Coda kind of laughs and he kind of nods his head towards the Partisans, and he says, "If I had good taste in associates, the old Republic wouldn't be called old anymore." We move back to Pen 15 Worku and Cam. What have you decided to do?
Got a bad feeling about this.
Oh, last night we got to do the "I love you, I know."
Aw.
Yep.
It was amazing.
It was good.
Yeah. Oh, there was a love story for our time that went on in the game last night.
Between who?
I don't want to spoil it. It was really, really touching.
I want to go and watch it.
It felt like a joke at first, and then actually morphed into this very intense, love story.
Things developed.
Yeah, I will say this. I put it in my Facebook post about it. We saw Betrayal Most Foul, real bad betrayal, most foul. We saw a love story for our time, and we saw the creation of a potential antagonist for every Star Wars game going forward.
Oh.
See, this is the problem with you and I running opposite of each other.
This way you'll be surprised.
Yeah, you will be surprised.
There
Also,
you go.
maybe the most
hours of thesis presentations last week. I can't.
maybe the most
extra
maybe the most antagonistic player antagonistic game I've run of Star Wars.
Yeah,
No hard feelings.
walking in like cackling, like you could just hear him from the other room. Beautiful.
Is that going to be up so we can watch it on Monday?
It
I
should
mean,
be
it went live to YouTube.
Excellent.
Be there
I
already.
know what I'm doing.
I think from now on, all my Star Wars games are just going to be called Scum and Villainy. Will just be the kind of overreaching thing.
Yes.
Yeah, and then so that was I just use this brand as it was something else.
All right. If we do this again, we can be Scum and Villainy : it's these assholes again.
Scum and Villainy. Are we the baddies?
Yeah, I think it'll be Scum and Villainy. We are the baddies. All right. So what do you guys want to do? I didn't mean to get off track.
I think we just take our maybe rain check on the tour. I was thinking maybe we could swipe some stuff while we were in there, but I feel like getting out of here before the Empire shows up also not bad.
Wait, what?
So as you're having this conversation, are you having it in the ship or are you having it in the little private hangar?
I don't think that he's not just going to let us walk to our ship, yeah?
No, he met you in this little
front.
private
Yeah.
hangar bay. So and he left.
We're
They carried him out on his howdah, and it's
Okay,
you guys are alone.
And he's going
We're
to contact
out
us
to
for the
see-
tour.
Oh, he's going to contact you. All right.
yeah. And we're on the same casino planet as Honk and Wilbur and everything.
Yeah, you guys are all on the same. I think it's called the Shimmering Secrets.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we have 80K credit now, right? The 50 we had and then the 30 that he gave us.
And how much did we say we were?
Sparkling Secret.
How much did we say we were going to pay the Partisans?
50,001, I think it was.
Oh yes. All right. So
No, it was 150,001.
that's
Oh.
right.
Shit.
So I think it's time for us to use old count cards here to go in and double down. Ian, you feel like getting lucky?
I was born lucky.
So, are you in your ship having this conversation? Or are you outside? the
Yes.
ship?
No, I feel like if I had a bad feeling about it and he
So-
disappeared, I think that we need to be in our ship just in case.
As you guys are having this, your kind of proximity alert goes off, and the doors open up, and two individuals walk into your hangar.
Who walks in?
Two individuals that you recognize them from earlier. It's the person in Mando Super Commander armor, and then the woman Tula Shazad you met earlier.
All right. Suppose we should go talk to them, huh?
And do we have a choice?
Probably not.
Plan
Oh,
C.
you it's a game. You always have a choice.
All right. I pull out Honk's blaster and shoot him in the dick. Sorry, Ben. What are we going to gain through this, Cam?
You got me.
Or could I read a sitch?
Yeah, of course. Always. Yeah. You guys can always initiate a roll.
Yeah, so I want to read a sitch and just kind of like weigh our options, kind of like what we know about them. My question would be, do we feel like we can leverage what we have now by interacting with them? And I'm going to use my double reroll because got Gotta get those snake eyes out of the way. Hey, and then I rolled a 6 and a 4, and I have -1, I think, to reading and such. So, yes, I got a 9.
Okay. Ask away. What do you want to know?
Yeah, it just based on what we know from having met them previously. Do we feel like this should be a short conversation, or do we feel like we would benefit from being in their presence or them being in our presence?
You have a good idea. You know what they want.
Okay.
Since they've kind of already informed you, they're looking for that same artifact.
Yeah.
That you were trying to get from Donald.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to tell. They're very, very hard to read when it comes to that, because that's the only interaction you've had.
Okay. I feel like we need to tell them that we got like swindled out of it. I feel like we got swindled out of it, and we're stinging pretty bad. I think we should offer them like some credits to help us out, and the 5 of us should just go take this thing.
We do know where it is.
We do know where it is, and we do not like to Donald.
That's the truth.
He loves you. You're all good space people.
What? How well armed are our 2 acquaintances?
Well, Sonorn sure is in modified super commando armor.
Yeah.
And carrying a blaster rifle, but also has other. She is less Lightfield-esque than Pen 15, but she also has some Lightfield adjacent pouches and other weapons. As for Tulajad, she's just in robes with her hood up. You don't know what she has with her, if she has anything.
But they
the
don't.
The only thing you know about her is that she's Dathomirian.
I think that we need to really play it up. I think we should go out there. I think we should bluff our asses off, and we should say that we have a strong commitment to getting it back, and we would split the profits with them, and we'll give them like $5,000 up front or something.
We can see how that goes.
All right, we're gonna go out there. PN, does that check out with you, or do you want to go gamble?
With me. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I say we go out there, let them know that we had a deal in place with Tadonal, and he backtracked on it and then undercut us. But we were outnumbered, and we're interested very much in obtaining that. And I think that the 5 of us together, along with Dolores, and I like nod back, and PN can like tap the outside of Dolores, or stroke its hull, or whatever affectionate thing does. Think that the 5 of us could obtain that, and maybe we could retain you and split the profits.
So Jad's got her hood over her eyes, so all you can see is her mouth, and she says, "All I wish is for the return of the item that Dooku has stolen. Credits do not interest me. Excuses do not interest me. Alliances, no matter how short-term, do not interest me. Results interest me. Results in acquiring the item. I will work with you because we have parallel causes. But that does not make us allies. That does not make us anything other than co-conspirators."
We are all business, ma'am. Mando, I know you could use the credits. Let's get this thing going. What do you say? This is the way. Huh?
The super commando turns around and walks out the door, and Tula follows and then looks back like, "Are you coming?"
Yes.
Yes and yes. "Are you coming, or do I swim alone?" Yes and yes.
Mhm.
I think gonna run back in as we're getting out. We should lock this thing down. I'm gonna grab a couple thermal detonators from our haul earlier. A couple for Cam. I think PN15 probably has enough ordnance as is. But I'm gonna grab a 3 for myself as well.
Um,
In case.
As we walk away, I'm gonna hit the button so that the RSX goes weet weet, and the door closes, and like guns lower, and all the security things click on.
when you come out of the door, you see 2 of those B1 droids, and they're both destroyed.
Hell yes. Hell yes.
Looks like it's time for a tour.
Sinarn sure kind of looks at you 3 and through the voice communicator in her helmet tells you basically, be quiet. When we get there, you feel free to make as much noise as you want. But currently, just follow a single file line behind Tula, and she'll take us to where the item is. And then Tula screams and falls to her knees, holding her head. So we go back to
Before we
to Honk and Noel.
Before we cut, when
No.
she screams and drops, PN's just gonna go, "Oh sure, but we're supposed to stay quiet."
Even better. Honk, you guys make it to your private hangar where your I can't remember. You don't have the mine anymore? What?
No.
I can't remember what your whip is right now.
We found a
That's an Imperial.
yeah, we
Oh,
found
you have a Lambda class shuttle. That's right.
Yeah.
yeah, and it's full of like
Yeah, because you raided stuff as you were
Yeah,
leaving.
we looted
Tutu
TF.
Tutu looted heavily. Didn't even
Which
know
is-
what he was looting, just looted.
Yes.
which is effectively what we're going to draw from for these alleged credits.
2B lowers 2OB lowers the gangplank and waits for you and says, "Doctor, have you brought new patients?"
Not exactly. No, we made a significant purchase over at the casino. We're just gonna.
I have been build. This does not sound like a medical priority. I have been building a new armature, so I am more in line with our previous system of surgery assistance. And you see, he's constructing that same armature that would hook to his back, so he can move throughout your surgical area. The ship is more adequate than the previous. I have taken the liberty of utilizing the back passenger area and turning it into a triage unit for you.
Really?
Of course, Doctor.
You never cease to amaze me, Toby. You're the best of us.
You have provided this unit with appendages, working appendages. It is the very least I can do. The two troops are just like, what is going on here?
Always
one of them finally goes, excuse me.
I'm always I'm always happy to give my unit the attention it deserves.
This unit loves as my voice cracks. This unit loves the attention. The one trooper kind of raises his hand and says, I don't want to interrupt this moment.
Yeah, you are. Here we are. You are.
I know, and I do apologize because I've met a lot of droids, but this relationship is sort of beautiful, actually, and it's touching me on a deep level. And
Thank you.
he actually, you can see him wiping away some He's like, oh, I got some space dust in my eye.
Mhm.
Oh. But he says, do you, he kind of looks around, he goes, do you actually have the credits?
What we have, and what I believe was
So that
explained.
the one who says that has kind of got his gun like way down and almost has this look on his face like, I don't want to do this. And the other one, you know, still like playing diligent soldier. He's like, do you really have what you said you have?
I mean, we have the means to acquire it in credit. What we need to do
Like,
is liquidate our assets.
He like walks you onto the ship, and he goes, "Yeah, but I mean, like, you do have it, right? Like, and you can liquidate those assets now."
I mean, yeah, like we got the assets. We just got to liquidate. That's all.
Okay, can we liquidate that, because your friend is creeping me out, and I'd really like to get off this ship. And I just got a
Mhm.
bing from the general, and he wants us to speed this up.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no problem. Let's go liquidate some assets.
Oh yeah, he'll accompany you back. Tutu comes on board as well, and as he walks by 2OB, he says, "Do you have anything for? I mean, I know that you're helping me with my STEM addiction, but what about gambling addiction? Can you help me with that? I think I might have a real problem here, guy. Like, I think that I might have some type of addictive personality. I don't know. I mean, normally I just pour all my efforts into modding people, but it seems like I haven't done a whole lot of that since I helped Wilbur out, and now I'm getting kind of antsy, and I'm just like walking around. There's this temptation there. 2OB like ushers him towards a room, like, let me assist you. And you look back, and Noel is standing there with the other like diligent trooper, and kind of nods his head to you in the classic Star Wars nod of, yeah, I know.
Yeah, so Honk will go get a bunch of stuff.
This trooper follows you the whole way, offers to assist.
Sure, yeah. He gets a bunch of stuff that he understands the market value for. He actually
Whoa. You're trying to sell ordnance on a casino platform.
well,
I mean, don't get me wrong. This is worth a lot of credits.
right.
You
know what? Actually, you make a good point.
Why don't you? He kind of looks around like, is anyone listening? He kind of goes, why don't you just trade that to the Partisans?
They didn't seem interested in. Well, they were interested in credits. I'll trade it.
You didn't tell them you had this. You learned. It looks like you looted a whole port.
Say that quieter next time.
Oh, it looks like you looted a whole port.
Honk behind his mask is like wink,
Wink.
And
he goes, hold on a second, and he pulls out his.
Can you radio them?
Yeah, he pulls out his comm.
Radio them.
He pulls out his comm, and he speaks in a language you're not familiar with at first, and then hands it over to you.
Hello.
Hey, little buddy, my friend, who shot my other friend. Apparently, you have an alteration you'd like to make to our arrangement about that 150,001 credits you owe me.
Yeah. When we were talking, we actually get along pretty well. Me and what was your name again?
Oh, me. It's Stevan.
Me and Stevan are getting on real well here, and I can't take all the credit for the amendment here, but we've got like a whole ass base worth of ordnance here.
He kind of leans in. He goes, "It is a whole ass port."
So, I feel like that's a pretty good trade, right? Like.
You hear a sigh, and he goes, hand it back over, Stevan.
I also have a lot of exotic meat.
And you hear him. He goes, yeah. No, it's yeah. No, it's yeah. No, I would say so. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And he clicks off and he says, "I'll do it." They want your
Great.
ship though.
Oh, what?
Yeah, they don't really have a way to take all this ordnance, and now they're renegotiating with the general, and they're going to sneak out on this ship, and they're going to give you their ship.
Well, I guess but Toby's been fixing this one up.
2OB like literally looks as sad as a droid can possibly look for a moment.
Oh man, Toby,
Doctor,
you just can't.
I feel like I can still reestablish this work just elsewhere, and I do feel like it has. And he turns his head and looks directly at Stevan and says, "Increase the resale value of this vehicle." And
Toby-
Stevan goes, "Fine," and he like radios back in, and after he walks away, and after a few moments of like hushed, intense talking, he comes back and he says, "And 10,000 credits."
Hey.
And we owe them 10,000 credits, or they'll give us.
No, they're going to pay you 10,000 credits.
Sure. Deal. Deal.
Okay, so
Also, you should just, if you could put in for the record that I didn't shoot his friend. That was a deflection. You know what? Actually, probably don't bring it up.
he was like, "Hey, man, I wasn't in the room when this is going
Just
on."
probably just let's not bring it up.
Hey,
Let's not bring it
yeah.
up.
Oh, let's not talk
Too
about
soon.
you shooting people. Like,
Too soon.
like when you were talking about me being loud earlier, don't talk about shooting people.
Yeah, I'm still learning. You know.
Yeah, I
sort of
mean,
ins and outs
we
of this, so,
all are.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's fair. It's fair.
that's good. I'm glad we can learn from each other.
Exactly. Yeah. Hey, man. I'm just trying to make sure we all walk away from this
No,
without becoming unalived.
me too. I like that we have similar goals.
So he was like, "Well, you should round up your crew because you'll be leaving on Lork and Eowyd's vessel."
Sure. That should take 30 seconds.
Yeah. You ran up your gear. 2OB kind of takes one last longing look back at all the work he'd done, and he helps kind of move a very sedated Tutu off of the ship. And this soldier pulls along the other soldier and kind of tells him what's going on. And he says, the kind of more stringent soldier stays behind. And Noel kind of looks at you as they're talking. Is like, "What's going on?"
Oh, they're gonna take the ship, so we don't get murdered.
But how are we supposed to leave the casino?
We're gonna leave on the
Oh.
guy I shot's ship.
That sounds fair.
Mhm.
Okay, I trust you. I trust you. I trust you implicitly. Well, if I didn't trust you, I would have told you, and you pulled me out. You pulled me out of basically endless death. So
Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, I'm a trustworthy person. I have no idea what I'm doing in this situation. So
he smiles and pats you on the shoulder, and he goes, "I think you're doing pretty well."
okay, thanks. You have the thingy, right? The foreboding darkness crystal shit. You got that, right?
He reaches in and pulls out that, and it's
Okay.
It's literally crackling, like Kirby crackling black and red energy. It's like it started doing this.
Oh, that's a good update. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't like get there and then we're like, oh shit, the very, very important, mysterious item of doom that we keep feeling in our bones.
No, that's
is
not
on the ship.
He looks at you and he puts his hand on your shoulder and kind of gets down one knee so you're eye to eye directly. So he's not looming over you, and he says, "That feeling's coming from outside."
Oh, I know. I just hate when I leave things behind. So it's a frustrating feeling. You're like, oh,
Then we should
Idiot.
grab Wilbur, and we should be leaving as soon as possible.
yeah,
I feel like between the pressure of this thing we're carrying and this overwhelming sense of dread closing in upon us, that
mhm.
we're being crushed between something.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, we can get out of here with whatever. We actually like accomplished our goals, so you know, we'll see if there's something to celebrate with on the new ship. I guess. Yeah, let's go.
You make your way back. Coda opens the shield. You basically exchange transponder code, keys, and Eowyd looks again at the comm transmission, so he sees all the ordnance, and he kind of laughs. Lork is still like pretty woozy from getting shot, and he says, "All you had to do was tell us you had this. We could have avoided all this trouble."
You know,
Where did you steal this from? Because I know you stole it. I'm not mad. I'm actually impressed.
I don't know, some port.
Abandoned.
Do you have the
Some abandoned port. It was full of dead stormtroopers.
Dead stormtroopers.
He's like, that's my favorite kind of trooper.
That's all we know.
Was there anything else there? Do you have the coordinates?
I don't know. Well, didn't it get destroyed?
Oh, it's there.
I know we got out of there in a hurry. Oh,
I
we
mean,
felt.
That's when you were basically feeling that
Yeah,
overwhelming
we felt the
presence.
great unease.
The,
Yeah. We felt the feeling that we're discussing when you were,
He kind of looks around and he looks at Lork and goes, "Are you feeling anything?" And Lork goes, "I feel like I got shot."
Is Coda gone?
No, Rom Code is still there, and he's
Yeah.
he just kind of looks over at you all as you're now kind of the troopers. Stefan's back with them. The partisans, everyone's kind of divided back up into their groups, and he looks over at you two and then looks at Noel, and he says, "I hope you use that information in a positive fashion."
Of course.
And you notice that there's a very intense kind of stare down between these two Jedi. And he tells Stefan, "You can relieve the commander. We're on our way." So they leave the bubble. And now it's just you, Eowyd, and Lork. And Eowyd says, "I put a little something extra on your pad while you're gone, beyond the 10,000 credits. I would tell you that you want to leave probably as soon as you can, because, as she told us earlier, Devil of Pomp is going to be looking for that ship." I don't know if you remember her telling us that she would see us before we see her.
Yeah. I mean, I remember that. It's like, so you just got to go like one problem at a time,
Yeah,
So,
that's a disaster for later.
yeah.
Fair enough. You can, and he slides a comm link across the table, and he's like, "It was good doing business with you. If you want to do business further, you will have a way to get a hold of me."
All right. I thank you. Yeah, I'll do that. I appreciate it.
Fair trade's fair trade.
Sorry that you got caught in the crossfire there.
Lord kind of laughs and he looks across you and says, "It's not like I haven't been shot before." And he pulls his jacket back, and again you can see where he's got metal on his body, like his appendages have been replaced in different spots. And they kind of basically say, "Good luck." And as they're getting ready to leave, you hear Noel say, "May the force be with you." And they just kind of look at him weird, and then they like, "What?" And then they leave. So it's just you guys inside the bubble.
So we gotta go.
What's on the pad?
I guess we should look. Do you want to look at it here? I guess we're in a protective bubble. Are we in the bubble still?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I guess this is the safest place to look at. Yeah, let's look at the data pad.
You open the pad. The first thing it is a list of schematics that you are really not sure what they mean. It looks at first like some type of like energy wave, but the harder you look at it, the more you guys kind of all talk together and realize that this is some type of weaponized generator. And then you start moving through and you see governmental destabilization plans, and then all out kind of combat readiness and invasion plans for something called Operation Duchess. And it's named after the device, the Duchess, which is an arc pulse generator. And when you start to move through, you realize that this is an attack plan for Mandalore.
Oh.
And you guys kind of, at that point, Noel looks at you and he's, I don't know the current political climate, but the Mandalorians have never been friends of the Republic, and they certainly have been allies. They have not been allies to the Jedi. Are they at war with the Empire?
But I'm a medic.
He turns and looks at you,
No
Wilbur.
idea.
It seems like they're about to be.
This looks like it could cause a massive amount of destruction and loss of life. This is horrifying.
Yes, this is. I mean,
he pulls the pad away from you and points, and there's just like all these lists of strategic bombing runs that are about to be made on civilian sites.
I don't even know who we could bring this to try and stop this, but
Mandalorians. We should be taking this to whoever is in charge of Mandalore. We should be doing something. This is almost genocide.
wouldn't hurt to have the Mandalorians owe us a favor either.
I have no fondness for the Mandalorians, but this is why I refuse to fight any longer in the Clone Wars. This is why I ended up where I ended up. This is horrific. These are war crimes.
Let's find the rest of our crew, and
I don't know if you know whether or not they're on the vessel, because last time you saw the rest of these guys, you think they might be dead because you guys fucked around and found out in hyperspace.
I bet they could be dead, and like I don't. Sorry, but spoilers, but they could be.
I mean, yeah.
I don't even know where I don't even know where to start trying to find them.
Don't we all have shared comms?
You do, but I think we said hyperspace might have messed with those.
Yeah.
We used to, but I don't believe that they were working when we were on our other planet. So
you know what? Why don't you all make me a channel the Force, I can't remember all of a sudden what I'm trying to say.
Attuned?
A sharp.
Sharp, okay.
Oh no, a attuned.
Oh hell yes.
I need for over half of you to get a 10 or above.
I got a 12.
I got a 7, but I also would never have had any of these devices, so just count me out.
I got an 8.
Does anyone want to re-roll, perhaps?
I haven't used my reroll yet. So.
Yeah, you get 2, so I will use 1.
I'm donating again to roll a 10.
That was not any better.
That's even worse.
So 2 of you have over a 10.
I got 12.
You, since it's not more positives than negatives, you are getting really weird kind of hitchy, like if you try on the comms, you're like you're seeing, you're getting a ping back and forth, but you're only getting about every 7th word. But you now know they're alive and they know you're alive.
So we got that going for us.
We do.
We have so much to
live.
live.
Yeah, you guys are dealing with your screaming bounty hunter Mandalorian situation over there. So
I have a funny feeling that we're going to be encountering a Force user that is not very pleased to see us, and not
At
be.
that moment, Noel drops to his knees and starts to also holler loudly.
Oh, you all right?
He looks up at
Seems
you
like
and
a
his,
silly question.
his nose is just pouring blood out of it. And he's actually got a little bit of blood from his eyes.
Oh,
And
shit.
the crystal falls to the floor, and it is like pulsating.
Hawk will attend to him medically.
Not a good weekend for crystals, man.
Yeah, Crystal last night did not fare overly well either.
Oh, we had crystal shit in Drakewood too.
I'm thinking about Crystal, the character, in last night's game.
I didn't even know Crystal, the character.
Tales from the Loop.
Oh,
Cassandra's character, Crystal.
okay, yeah. Crystal, or no, Crystal. I thought it was something else, something Johnson. Chrissy, no? Is it Crystal?
Might be different. Yeah.
It was Crystal yesterday.
Last night. Yeah.
Oh. Oh, Gracie is tonight. Sorry, Gracie Johnson.
I got to make a new guy for tonight, so
I just have to age touch up. He needs to be more mature.
I'm trying to think of something I can riff off of. I think my Griffin ran its course last night.
That was real nice.
You flew a helicopter. It's going to be hard.
I did. I know it's not going to get any better than flying a military helicopter,
isn't it? We did meet Peter Weller last time,
and having like the prettiest girl in school sit on my lap, fixing a truck, getting to tell the conspiracy dude like to be quiet.
I don't regret it
a little bit,
but not.
Yeah, so Honk will get his med kit out. He'll just diagnose, see what's up.
All you can get is like he's gritting his teeth so hard he's starting to bleed from the mouth, and he's like, "Get it away."
The crystal. Okay.
He like shakingly, his hands, he's like leaning down on his forearms. His fingers are actually crooked from like they're just cramping up, and he points to get it for you to get rid of that crystal.
Yeah, so Honk will take it.
As soon as you take it, it boom, and a image of a form wearing a long black hooded cloak steps out of it.
Okay, like a benevolent figure in a long black coat, or
you can't see it. It just looks like full black, just a hood.
Good job assuming positive intent.
That okay. Do you know that
it starts speaking in a language you do not speak, but it hurts your ears to hear it.
Ow. Oh, this sucks. Oh, wait, Toby's here, right?
Yes.
Toby, can you hold this and tell me if it makes you hurt everywhere?
It only hurts me to see you in pain, Doctor.
Oh, Toby.
Would you like me to get rid of this incredibly obnoxious device?
Yeah.
2OB grabs it and starts to move it away, what leaves the shield, and as soon as he does, like, your headache starts to fade, and that image emanating from the crystal goes away.
And I just had a question.
Yeah,
Are you honoring last year's donation sheet with all the different tiers?
Sure. I don't even remember what last year's done it. Sure.
I'll share it in a minute. I'm just trying to download it. Someone was just like, "Hey, is there a sheet for this year?" And I was like, "I don't know."
All I had for this year is it's $1 for one dice reroll. It's $5 to have someone reroll 2 dice. And as we talked about last night during the game, you could also, you in the chat can force rerolls both for positive reasons and for diabolical reasons.
Gotcha.
Because last night was a very antagonistic game. By the way, I found out as we started to play last night that for was it called Crush the Rebellion?
Yes.
It's not a Star Wars game.
No.
It is a Warhammer 40K game. We started going through. I was like, man, there's a lot of stuff about the Emperor of Mankind type of thing. And I was like, oh crap, I misread this. This is a 40K game. This is not my Star Wars boy. This is my 40K boy.
This was last year.
Yes, I was hereticking super hard.
Anyway, I think that's one of those like, hey, donate some money to Ben. I'm sure this will work out.
Yeah, I'm fine honoring those things. Just tell me in the chat what you want, and we can make it happen. Exactly, Warrior. Exactly. There are not two great tastes that taste great together.
I feel like they wouldn't get along.
Yeah, it's like pickles and strawberry. No.
I could see that working.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
But you love peanut butter. You're one of those people.
Wow. We are not. We look. We have to get this done. We have 2 hours, and we got to get this done. We don't have time to bring peanut butter.
to bring old grudges back.
We spent like a half hour on peanut butter, and then we spent another 20 minutes on it at Trinkwin.
Did you really?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad my evil influence will spread
We
across
were like, Ben
multiple
doesn't
worlds.
fucking like peanut butter. What a weirdo. And they were like, yeah.
So it's not that I don't like it. But I said peanut butter is the Tully Blanchard of foods. On its own,
we're not doing this again.
Really mediocre.
No.
But paired with another good thing, like an R. Anderson of food, like chocolate, it's pretty good.
We're not doing this again.
We have a Star War. Come on.
You will be able to see the exciting conclusion of Scum and Villainy next year at Extra Life 2023.
When we have episode 23.
I know it's gotten bad, Rev lost Mitch.
Oh
no!
At 2, Mitch. At 2.
He called you a heretic, man.
That's because I mixed up my 40K and my Star Wars. It had nothing to do with my peanut butter stance. That was the bridge too far.
I think it still applies.
I think you're wrong. Anyway. So yeah, where were we?
Honk had given Toby the crystal to destroy.
So
get rid of.
Leaves with the crystal. Noel like kind of flops onto his back. He's breathing pretty hard. He's kind of spittling some blood out of the side of his mouth.
You're gonna be okay. Sorry, I'm the medic. You're going to be okay.
You didn't feel that? It was like a hand just reaching out from complete absence and darkness. Squeezing. I've never felt anything like that before. I was overwhelming.
It wasn't. I got like I had like a sort of like mysterious black cloaked figure vibe. So I'm probably not. I'm probably not as in sync with all the force shit.
No.
So, but Toby's taking care of the crystal, so you don't gotta worry about it. All right. I'd help you up, but I'm 3 feet tall.
That thing is just pure nothing. We've got to destroy it.
I think
He kind of like reaches up and grabs you very tightly around the arm. He's gentle. Generally, when he touches you, it's like very warm and like gentle, like surprisingly gentle. And this is like hard. Like there's an urgency there. And he's like, that we have to get rid of that. That's
Toby's doing it right now.
He kind of falls back on his back. He's breathing very hard. He looks all of a sudden like all the vigor has been pulled out of him.
You want some drugs?
He looks up at you and he just kind of waves like no.
Are you all right? All right.
Can't say he didn't ask.
I think
Can't say he didn't. I didn't push.
I think
But you're gonna push.
I think Honk will, since it seems like Noel is going to be all right. Honk will probably go accompany Toby.
Okay, you can go with Toby. Wilbur, what are you doing?
I'm just trying to make sense of this situation here. Did I see weird cloaked nothing?
Yes, you did see weird.
All right. Well, I'm not cool with that. I don't know what's going on with the rest of the team. We do know that they're there now.
So there was a moment where weird cloaked nothing turned and looked at you, and weird cloaked nothing was wearing like a white kind of faceplate with like little like red markings on it.
Okay.
And it felt like even just this hologram was pulling energy from everywhere, like it was consuming everything. Like you also feel more tired because of looking at this thing, which is very perplexing because that wasn't even real.
Yeah. So yeah, Noel is feeling it. Where's Tutu? See,
Tutu is like sitting at the table, completely zoned out.
okay. I mean, if I think they're okay where they're at, I'll probably go and make sure Honk and Toby deal with this thing as well.
So when you do that, like Noel grabs you and he says, "You've got to get to the ship. We can't stay here."
Okay, let's go. I'm gonna, I'll try and help them to the ship and calm Honk and Toby to let them know where we're going.
Tutu, in kind of a glazed look, goes, "I can go with them if you want. I can go help the doctor."
No, stay with Noel. We need to stick together here. You're obviously dealing with something here. I don't know if it's withdrawal.
No, I'm just.
No, it's fine.
Who will be just like.
Yeah, let's get you somewhere where you can rest.
Okay, that's fine.
You can rest on the ship. So I'll calm Honk and Toby and let them know where we're headed.
Okay, so you start to make your way to the hangar on which your new ship is present. When you get there, as you're kind of going through and you can see like there's blast shield windows, you look in and there are a few rough-looking characters standing outside your new ship. One of them you easily recognize as Devil LaPompe.
Oh, cool.
And they appear to be doing something to the ship.
All right. Well, in that case, if they're screwing with our new ship. Let's see here. Well, I don't have anything that useful.
I will also say, just I'm going to throw this out there, a $100 donation to any of us, and I will run another Scum and Villainy game next week.
Wait, what? Next week?
What?
If I can get over all the players, but I will run I will run another episode
As soon as
with
it's easy.
these folks within the next month. How about that?
Wow.
Dang.
And you as
If you
the
guys
donator, and I will work together on an episode of Prep School to develop it.
Hold on, I gotta put Ben's link in it. He did all this typing for the team, and
All right. Well,
I don't know why I even just said that. So
glutton for punishment.
you care about the kids, Ben.
I mean, do we all have $20?
That's what I was gonna say. Everybody Venmo me.
I have a ship full of that I can trade for $20.
there was a time, Mitch, where I could have definitely done that. That time is long since passed.
Yeah, you don't want to kill him.
I ate an entire serving of Cheez-Its yesterday and thought I was going to die. 26 Cheez-Its, and I was like, oh God, that's so many Cheez-Its. And I kept thinking back to a time where I would have been like, get to the chopper, where I would have been taking those Cheez-Its to the chopper that is my belly, and a whole box, it would have been like, easy, easy. Now I eat 26, and I'm like, I feel tired. So many 26 Cheez-Its make insides so full. I still was full of Cheez-Its.
You know what are really good are the toasty ones.
Oh, yeah.
I used to.
Oops, all burnt.
Yeah, they're all good. Cheez-Its are a
Good.
beautiful thing.
But you know what they need to make? They need to make oops all burnt hot and spicy Cheez-Its. That's what they need to do.
You're a genius.
I am. Thank you.
Nabisco, hit us up.
Yeah, Nabisco gas.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Noel if he's prepared to be able to back me up here.
He's like leaning on you, and he just goes, no. And falls backwards against the wall and slumps into unconsciousness.
Okay, cool. Well, if they're messing with the ship, I don't like that. Can I tell what they're doing?
It looks like they're attaching devices to it.
All right. Well, since I am outnumbered and I can see that they're doing it, I'm going to just try and stay out of sight in the hopes that we can remove them later, unless they're obvious.
Tutu goes, oh no. He sleeps. I'm gonna go get the doctor because this is bad.
Are you okay to do that, Tutu? I can just radio them.
Like, I feel like I can do this. There's like three things in life I can do. I can do amazing works of art. Look at your legs. I mean, come on, who else could do that? Number two is I can handle my stuff. I mean, come on. Look at me. I got it all together. I'm good. And three is I can find people when I'm in trouble. And all I've been in since I met you guys is trouble. Since you kidnapped me from my lucrative job, reintroduced me to a world of stimulants and drugs that I had since put behind me. But you know, I mean, you also helped me and got me off of that station. So this is the least I can do.
All right, I'll let them know.
He puts his hand out on your shoulder and he's like, I will probably move him out of this hallway. And he points and you can see Devil LaPompe and her small contingent of ne'er-do-wells starting to leave towards the door. And Tutu kind of like scrambles away down the hallway back where you guys came.
All right. Well, yeah, I'm gonna grab some cover, try and keep out of sight of LaPomp and her crew here, because
Where are you taking Noel?
I just want to get him out of sight as well. I want to get him to the ship eventually.
Back the way you came, or down the hallway you've never been?
I'm gonna keep moving ahead.
Okay. You move ahead and you come to like what looks like a secure area.
Okay.
And the droids that are there look at you and they're like, another one. They point their heads down to Noel.
Another one. What?
Another drunk.
Oh no, he's having a medical issue.
Well, then he shouldn't be driving a speeder. I guess you're going to have to do it. You're his backup, right? And they kind of grab you and push you guys through double doors. And you find yourself in a locker room and you're looking, and that speeder bike track that runs through the whole of the station and actually for short bursts out through space and back in is where you find yourself at the starting area, and you are shoved a helmet, and a short, stubby, four-armed individual looks at you and says, "You're late." It's always with the replacement. Let me guess. Out of his mind. Good. Well, at least we got you, Tubbs. Hopefully, you'll do better than, the addict over here, and pushes you towards the speeder bike.
Oh God! All right.
And then we jump back to Pen 15 and crew in the hallway with a screaming Dathomirian. She falls down on her hands and knees, and at that point, Sonoran kind of helps pick her up, and they speak in a language that you're unfamiliar with. And Sonoran turns back and looks at you, and she says, "Our timetable has moved forward. The time for stealth has passed."
That's good. We're real bad at that.
But you move forward, and she brings you to a four-way intersection, and she has you kind of look around the corner, and you can see like this massive double door, and there's four B1s standing there like watch, and this looks like it's basically says it's under construction. A monument to civility. The life and times of Count Dooku.
Since time is of the essence and we're no longer being stealthy, I'm going to take that as a directive. Step out, say, "Dead or alive?" You're, "Nope, dead." And I'm going to fire the railgun.
All right, maybe that sweet, sweet hard. You fire and obliterate the door. The droids are almost just collateral destruction. Yes. It's the door that's blown up, and all of a sudden, obnoxious gold lighting starts going off, and sirens erupt. And the four intersection you're in, large blast doors drop, keeping you in this intersection, with the door you blew open being the only current access point.
All right. I'm heading towards the door. Also, that rounded out my chunk of experience.
Your experience is generally through failures.
Or if you use your highlighted skill.
All right, my bad.
Highlighted skill.
I love that Cam said that, and both Ben and Joel were both like, point at the camera.
Although you did remind me, since I failed that other roll, I need to get an experience.
Also, more 5-minute crappy sketches for $5 donation. Get it, Joel. Tell them what
5
you
and
want
5, baby.
our dudes to be doing.
But no more $10 spicy bean boozleds. That's bad times.
Oh man,
No, I'm not. I'm
I
not.
almost
Really
killed him last night, Ben.
I love the Bamboozles. They're super good.
Not these spicy ones. It was not good. Joel looked about the color of my scarf.
Joel, are you not a spicy boy?
I am not a spicy boy. I'm trying. I'm working on it.
The first one was
I
not.
thought jelly beans, they won't be like really hot. This will be okay. And the
Spoilers.
first one I got was habanero, and there's
Oh,
hotter than that in the box. And oh my god, it was so fucking awful. I will be doing probably more of those through the end of the year just to try, but I think I'm going to limit it to like one a day. One of the spicy ones a day, and maybe
You
a
gotta up
couple
that price too.
rough ones.
Yeah.
Ooh, it was rough.
monetize that pain, my friend.
Yep.
All right. So you're headed into the burgeoning exhibit. You make your way in, and there's debris everywhere, and you can see like this. This is a large hall, and it's full of primarily like recreations of different things. Some of them a little more shoddy than others, like especially like the animatronic Dooku's don't look very good. The hall of animatronic Dooku's that are moving like they're giving speeches from that are recorded off the HoloNet, like thrice removed. This isn't like Disneyland. This is like Dee Dee's Land of Wonders somewhere in Arkansas. No offense, Arkansas. Get at us, Dee Dee's Land of Wonders. But you do see at the end of this long hall, there are a series of pedestals that are being gridded with almost like a beam cage around them. And you see your leg, and you see the other item you were looking for earlier.
I'm going to go grab the item we were looking for earlier.
Before he does that, is there like a control panel for that laser grid thing?
Do we see anybody else in this room?
Not currently.
Okay, I'm gonna turn around. Do we see any other? Is this the only way in or out of this room that you see, or that we can see?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to have Cam and I. Let's split the sides, and let's like create a kind of pinch point at that door. And I'm gonna take out my sporting blaster rifle, the Trandoshan rifle, and set up. And yeah, I'm just going to get ready to assault
as you guys all come, your little party comes to the opening of this, kind of sub area where like all the good stuff is. You hear this kind of whirring, and then boom, 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 as these nodules that were in the ceiling that looked like lights in progress all fall and unfurl into super battle droids. Yeah, the
So
droid
when those hit the ground, can I just throw a thermal detonator?
Yeah.
All right. So that's not great. So those rerolls, we'll go ahead and get one of those. So I owe you for a reroll.
Just a $1 reroll or a $5 reroll?
So it's 5 for both dice, right?
$5.
Yeah.
$5 rerolls.
How many times can I do that?
As many times as you want.
All right. Well, we're getting 2.
It's for them children's.
Well, as long as you can afford it.
All right. So that is
As long as you don't tell me it's in your ship somewhere.
All right. So I rolled a 6. I have 2 for hard. That's an 8. I'll take that one.
You catch 2 in the blast. One just detonates. There's a large explosion. The other one kind of hobbles its way out, and there's still 2 other that are complete. And they come out, and their shields pop up, and they start at you guys.
King, I'm going to roll hard, and I'm going to try assaulting one of these things, like going through the shield and getting it with my vibro knife.
So you're in a closed space?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
All right, I'll be paying for a reroll. third snake eyes of this game.
Holy moly, dude.
Oh,
I rolled crazy good last night. It's when I play games. This is why I don't play anymore. When I'm a DM, I got golden dice. When I'm a player, I spend
I
$70.
rolled really, really, really well last night, except for every time it super mattered.
That's true.
Yeah, I would be like,
really true.
man, another 6 on 2 dice? That's amazing. And then it would be like, hey, you need to do this very simple thing. You need 1 success. And I would be like, this many.
All right, so that's 11.
Like rolling 7 dice and getting 2 successes.
Jeez. That's an 11.
11. You like run as this thing starts to shield up, and you slide in like right as the shield starts to cover. And as you slide in, you're just like ching, 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 vibro knifing right through its undercarriage, and then like around and like literally trying to saw through the base of it. It can't get to you. You're literally like underneath and behind it, and you're just cutting like you're cutting its spine. It can't turn, and none of the other droids can get to you because they'd have to shoot at it, and it's got its shields up.
Yeah,
so you're literally killing this thing. It will die or be deactivated, I guess, for lack of a better term.
The other freestanding one, I'm gonna railgun the floor out from under it.
Are you gonna underworld it? Boom, 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 circle around it. Okay, perfect. That's great. Give me another hard check. That's awesome.
You just made another $5.
Well, technically, kids made it. So
Yep. Make that 10. Make that 15 for a. Well, is 10 gonna do it?
yes. So
For
10, like they start to fire, and you step out, and like your railgun comes up, and it's pointed like at the droideka, and then it just rotates down, and the droideka stops firing because it can't figure out like what because it's not like you're aiming at them anymore. And droid solidarity, maybe it starts to maybe turn itself towards the fleshies, and then you just boom, you blow the floor out from underneath it. And you can hear, falling and into the rubble and getting smashed up a little bit. You also hear screams from the floor below you. You're like, I don't care. So there's only one left, and it's not in the best of shape.
The time for stealth is over.
Sonoran Sure launches she adjusts the nozzle on her gun, like adds a part to it, and she launches it. And similar to what you did, Pin 15, at the floor, and it's like a flechette bomb goes off. All these little tiny things launch into the air, and then they pop open. And this swarm of small, very, very, very small particles enter through this shield, and the droideka starts to misfire until it just falls dormant. And she looks at you, she looks up at you, Pen 15, she says, I only have one of those.
I may have you.
This is something you've never seen before.
I would like a few.
No.
And for just $20, Joel, it will be yours.
And this too can be yours if the price is right.
Would I be able to launch those from the railgun?
She looks and she says no.
Disappointing. Oh well, relic.
Plus,
He's
she has to
gonna turn-
she takes the nozzle off and drops it, and it's just shot. And the front of her blaster rifle is also like corroded. It doesn't look as good. And she's like, one shot's all you get.
One shot's all I need.
You turn and look, and Tula Shazad is like on her knees, almost like she's in prayer. And this green mist is kind of enveloping the room.
Yes.
And Worker, you still like stabbing away at this droideka, destroying it thoroughly. Cam and PN15, tell me what you see in this green mist that's kind of filling the room.
What kind of feeling do we get from the mist?
Foreboding.
Can I analyze the chemical composition?
It doesn't meet any known composition levels. You're just kind of like befuddled by that. And when you're analyzing, you see like a series of ever degrading faces moving through it, and they look at you off and on, their mouths wide as if in agony. Kim, what do you see in this mist?
I'm seeing like the faces of everybody I've ever killed. It's kind of getting to me.
It doesn't just make you pause, it makes your blood run cold. It is disturbing, to say the least. And the cages, the laser encasements pop, fizzle, and die. And you look down, and Tula Shazad leans back and opens her mouth as if she's screaming, and the mists like fold into her mouth and her eyes as if she's inhaling it.
So what were they looking for?
They're looking for that original relic.
Which is
what I'm about to pick up.
It looks to be in the shape of a very elegant urn. But it's looks like it's been carved out of bone, like almost like scrimshaw, but it's like large, like that big. And the bones have been meticulously carved, and they're showing like all of these scenes of a particular like evolution of a people.
okay.
There's also like in between each bone, there's what looks like this red cloth that's been run through and then hardened. And just like when you look at it hard enough, you can see something similar to that green mist kind of just pushing slightly at the edges of this.
Hey, King.
Yeah.
Are those other two, are these the super destroyer droids that like inorganics can go through their shields, but organics cannot?
Yeah.
Okay. I have someone who donated the "Weapon is my religion" money. Could I, after I'm done Draxing this thing, could I take out two of those thermal detonators and just roll them into the shields of the other two for that automatic weapons?
They're already destroyed.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll say that.
But I'll tell you what I will allow for that donation. Did someone make that donation?
Yeah.
You're able to save that shield.
Ooh.
It's damaged, and you know it at least has enough for one charge of it, but you were able to kind of cull that off of your kill.
Oh, that's sweet. Yes, I'll take that. That would be amazing.
Yeah, you're like
Human cannonball.
you know it'll work at least once.
Once is all right.
You're not sure if you can have somebody repair it afterwards or fix it. It's not really a technology you're super familiar with. You
Yeah.
know how to destroy it. Also, you are not sure what it'll do to an organic inside of it. But you also know you're tough enough that one-time use isn't going to kill you.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, whoever did that.
That was other Joel, Star Wars Joel. I always have to say, which is really confusing when we're playing Star Wars, and I say Star Wars Joel, like to Sarah, and she's like, "Is that Joel you play
Joel's
Star
like,
Wars with, or is
aren't
it the
I-
friend that likes Star Wars?
Yeah. Aren't I also Star Wars Joel?
Aren't we all Star Wars
Yeah.
Joel?"
I feel like the Star Wars Joel is the Star Wars Joel we made along the way.
It's not wrong. And if you'd like to make Star Wars Joels along the way, donate to our Extra Life and save the kids. There's lots of kids named Joel out there. Some of them must be there.
Wonderful, wonderful kids. Okay. So Cinnamon Sure gets up and starts to grab this urn. I know you said Pen 15, you were also going to be moving towards this.
Yep, singularly focused. The time for stealth is over. We need to get
You basically get there at the same time, and you're taller than she is, but she's big for an organic. And she turns and looks at you like this slow head turn, like, what are you doing?
I'm going to do a slow head turn to her and go, my grip strength is easily enough to shatter the relic. For now,
As soon as you do that, her fist comes up to you and she unleashes a torrent of flame right in your face. Scoops it and rolls away from you, and has her other wrist blaster out. And she's like squatting over the top of Tula Shazad, who's still down on the ground.
Do we see this happen?
Yeah, and she's like, that was not the agreement.
I made no agreement with you.
She turns her head over to Cam. Call off your dog, or I call it off permanently.
PN, it's okay.
Grab a couple of those other relics, though. We'll take those.
Yeah, what other relics are there besides the leg that we gave them?
The droid leg of Dooku.
Right.
Yeah.
There's like this very interesting looking like crest piece that's it's a family emblem. And there's a lightsaber.
Oh,
There's some clothes. There is what looks to be maybe a holocron, but you're not sure. I just scared Honk got so scared of holocrons he the final finale, yes.
I would like that lightsaber.
I'm going to look at Cam and just say, do we need them?
We need to part amicably.
You hear like a coughing voice of Tula Shazad say, if you want your credits, you do.
If you want our credits, what?
You do. As in, you do need us.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Fine. But I'm incredibly offended that the stupid one referred to me as an organic. And with that, he's going to turn and walk back towards the hall that we came down.
As you walk down the hall, you hear one of the blast doors open up. And you see a legion of battle droids, B1 droids, start pouring through.
I fired the railgun. Which was like my original plan was I was going to railgun the blast doors so that we could get back to the ship. So,
give me that hard, baby.
Nothing has changed. Hard, eh?
If I ignite the lightsaber, does it work?
Does not. It seems to be missing something.
Is a 9 going to get it done, Ben?
A 9 blows up a large portion of the droids, does not blow them all up, and they return fire, and you take a wound as you get blasted by one of the larger droids.
If I had rolled better than a 9.
Yeah, a 9 is success with consequence.
Okay. What would be just full on success?
10 or above.
10 or above. You, sir, are making another $5.
Children's. I don't know if you know this or not, but I too was once a children's. Matt, that would have been good if you would have run
Yes.
that 70s game. I could have been a Black
we'll
Dynamite knockoff.
pencil that in for next year.
Spirit of 77, is that what it's called?
Spirit of 76, I think.
76, okay.
You are making some bank off me today.
I'll tell you
So-
what, Joel.
Yeah.
I will give you 2 free rerolls for a group shot of the Scum and Villainy crew. At your leisure. At your leisure.
Interesting. I'm going to think about that. I did get an 11. And it
Yeah.
only cost me $30.
Oh! So you fire, like, you fire the railgun, there's mass destruction. And some of the droids are still up. And then you realize they're still up only because they have so much crap lodged in them from the explosion that they're just kind of standing there because they're impaled on pieces of blast door. So there might be a little bit of firing that takes place, but it's just like reactive, like twitching.
No
pun intended.
Blast doors still down, or is our path to our ship open again?
You don't know if this pathway will take you to your ship or not. You can distinctly detect the sound of metal clinking across the floor coming towards you.
King, what do we see through the hole in the floor that PN shot?
You look down and there's a droideka on its side with like 2 legs kicking. The other 2 legs are buried.
Okay.
And it's trying to turn itself right. You see like someone that was crushed underneath some rubble in this droideka, but you see like this looks like it's a hallway primarily for like a service entrance exit to different parts of the ship.
Cam,
Like
what
that whole floor looks like it's basically a service floor.
What do you think about an alternate way back to the ship?
I think that sounds great. As I take out my vibro sword, I can stab through that shield. There's a shield still up on the droid.
Shield is like patchy at best.
All right, I'm
So there's
gonna
like holes in the shield that keeps fluctuating. As you do this, you see Tula Shazad grab the holocron and breathe out that green mist again, and her and Sinar Chur walk through it, and when the mist dissipates, they're gone. You get a ping from your account, and the agreed upon funds have appeared in your account.
Can we learn how to do that?
All right. I'm just going to yell, PN, new plan. We're taking the artifacts and we're burrowing.
What all did you take, Cam? Make a list to make sure you knew what all you took.
So I got the family crest, the lightsaber missing the crystal. I did not take the holocron because they took the holocron. Was there anything else?
I don't know. Was there anything else, Cam?
The robot leg. I think we should leave that.
Leave
Yeah,
that.
we
It's
don't
a
need the
calling
robot.
card. Everything we destroy, leave one robot leg behind, so they know it was us.
I would like there to be what would be a kyber crystal. Is that how that works
Yes.
for the lightsaber? I'm guessing it's not there.
No, no kyber crystal. Kyber crystals have become incredibly rare currently. You do know that there is a mining firm that specializes in kyber crystals.
Is there like business card there? I'll take it.
No, but you just know because you've done work associated with the Xeris Mining Corp.
Okay. When Roku yells what he yells at me,
Yeah.
I'm going to turn around, and as I'm walking back to the room, I'm reaching into my billion pouches,
Your
And
like Fieldian geometrical pouches.
Yeah.
Even Lovecraft couldn't stand to turn and look at them. It was too much.
No. It was too much. And so as I'm walking, I'm using my really long arms to go like thermal detonator, thermal detonator.
Yes.
Thermal detonator.
You walk out of this like a 90s bad action movie, like Nick Cage walking away from a plane crash, and there's just a boom, boom, boom. Butt Rock is playing in the background, and like there's just mass destruction behind you.
So, I mean, because you said I can hear stuff still coming our way.
You don't hear. The only thing you are detecting now is just every about 3 seconds is another detonation going off.
Well, I'm saying them like to go off when the thing behind me comes down the hall.
Yeah, I'm thinking you like are throwing them, and like you're so good at it, they're like banging off the walls in that hallway and like ricocheting down the hallway.
Okay.
It's like you're literally there's like a mass explosion through that hallway, funneling towards where you blew up the door, and you're like literally walking just as the explosion like is not even singeing you, but like you're walking out of kind of that plume of smoke. You know, there everyone else got you Shaggy, you get your 80s Arnold there.
All right. So as I jumped the hole, I rolled 10 hard to destroy that droid. So it came
How are you destroying it again? Remind me.
vibro sword through the holes in the shields.
So you run right by Rorku, activate your vibro sword, and you look down and you just let your whole body slide through one of these oscillating holes in the shield, and your vibro sword goes right through like one eyepiece through the other, and it just goes deactivated.
All right, coast is clear.
It takes you a little bit to pull the vibro sword back out because something's interfering with your ability to turn it off, but it's still.
Once I get it out.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's going out with a bang. And then I lower myself.
Oh, baby.
That's beautiful.
All right, you make it down into this hole. You look around, and one of the directions, which was towards further away from where you came from, has been completely collapsed by the explosions on the floor above. You can go backwards, though.
Is there like a place that I could plug into and get schematics to figure out the best path?
Yeah, there's another intersection back the way you came, like a T, where you'd be able to stop at where the blast doors would come down and grab schematics or grab information. But like I said, there's a lot of alarms going off currently, and you're getting that like those. It's like think Alien.
It's like the last time we blew a bunch of stuff up.
Yeah, kinda. Yeah,
it's our thing.
I'll turn to Cam and Rorku and say, "Come with me if you want to live."
So while that happens, honk.
If you want to leave.
Yeah.
Arnold inflection.
Now I just want a T-shirt with 1015 reaching his hand off the gangplank of the Dolores going, "Come with me if you want to leave." Honk, you are with 2OB and you're carrying this device. Where are you taking it?
I feel like Honk has literally no idea how to destroy this thing or get rid of it, but that Toby clearly had a plan. So he's going with Toby more to make sure that Toby is safe.
2OB comes to like a what looks like the opening of like a maintenance shaft area, and plugs in and turns and looks at you and says, "Doctor, there are multiple explosions on the other side of the station."
Oh, yeah, then we should probably hurry.
I am going to attempt to put this item in the trash compactor.
Sounds like a plan.
It is the best plan I could think of and looks down, and in the most gleeful way 2OB can speak, says, on my feet. If a droid could cry, he would be crying in happiness right now. He opens the maintenance shaft, and you can see it's like a tube, like a pneumatic, I guess the word I'm looking for, like a fast elevator tube down.
Like at the bank.
Yeah, except for people. It's like if Beard got his wish and we opened Burrito Bank, except for people.
Burrito Bank.
So as you're doing that, you hear a hey, hey, and Tutu rounds the corner. Jogging.
Hey,
He's like, Doc,
hey Tutu, what's up?
bad news, man.
Yeah.
Oh man, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, your ship, new ship. Crazy haired lady was doing stuff to it. And like robe guy, Noel, he went to sleep, and Wilbur had to drag him away, and I said I would come get you. They were messing with the ship, man. What are we gonna do?
Where did Wilbur go?
And that's when you notice that Tutu has stopped talking and is staring directly into that crystal.
Toby, hurry up.
Toby looks at you and our 2OB says, are we all going down the maintenance hatch, Doctor?
Oh, I thought you were just gonna like chuck it in there.
No, I was headed to the disposal. And Tutu grabs the crystal, puts his hands on it, and his eyes go completely black.
I'll smack his hand away.
You can't.
Like I just physically, like I'm unsuccessful, or like I
Yeah, you try, and it's just like his hands just are gripped onto this thing. And you hear a voice that is not his emit from his mouth. And when it does so, you actually see his countenance change. And he's not wearing this clothing, but it's almost like the clothing has superseded his physical form. And you see like this half white mask that almost looks like a skull. Look back at you and says, where is the Jedi?
You're gonna have to narrow that down.
The Jedi from the warp. From the space between spaces. I waited so long.
I was gonna lie to you, but I can say with full honesty that I have no idea.
I shall use this vessel until I can find my chosen vessel. You will assist me in this.
Toby, throw him in the tube.
Tutu has like the firmest grip humanly possible on this.
No, he's telling Toby to throw Tutu in the tube.
Okay, so he goes to throw him in the tube, and you see like sparks emitting from 2OB's arms. Like when he's trying to pull, it's like his arms, some unseen force is pulling his arms out of their socket.
Oh, okay. All right, stop.
Tutu seems bigger. Like it just seems like there's like this presence enveloping him. And he seems like he's just grown. He looks down upon you. Says, you will take me to the Jedi. And then I will take the Jedi and return this unworthy vessel to you.
Okay.
And wait for my forces to arrive.
Okay, all right. I lied to you. That's why we're at the tube. The Jedi's down this tube.
Make me that. What would it be? It would be make me a hot roll. Like you feel as you're saying this, like this thing is pressing in upon your brain, like it's trying to read whether or not you're being truthful or not. Like it hurts just to look at this.
It's a 9.
You can't tell whether or not it believes you or not, but it says, then you will go down and retrieve him. And he waves his hand and you feel this, like an invisible hand is pushing you into the tube.
Can I resist it at all, or?
No. That's just the consequence of your roll.
Sure.
So you're standing in the tube.
Okay, you got to come with me.
No.
Yes.
You make a convincing argument. I've changed my mind.
Would you like to try to convince him?
Yeah.
Make that sweet check.
Is that the same stat?
Yes.
Same hot. It's a 8.
It kind of turns its head in that Michael Myers dog pretending to be human, kind of like intrigued look, and then pushes without touching 2OB into the elevator tube and says, "No, but I will wait here for you and your droid to arrive." And then pushes the button, Frank, and the tube.
Shit.
Doctor, the joints of my shoulders have been severely impaired.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That is not our former patient. There is something infesting. Boom! Huge explosions. As you're like traveling down, something is hitting the ship from the station from outside the ship. Those other explosions that 2OB was able to tell you about, those were internal. This is something from outside the ship striking, or outside the station striking the station.
Oh man, really stepped in it this time, Toby.
Doctor,
he was supposed to come down with us, and then the crystal, and I was just going to squish.
2OB looks down again at his feet, and he says, "We have stepped in it." Wilbur, you're on a speeder bike.
Yeah.
And it's like they shoved this helmet in you, and it's got like a breathing apparatus that runs to your vest. And you have long enough to hook it up, and the green light hits, and everybody takes off. Are you also taking off?
Jesus. Where's Noel?
Passed out on the floor in the locker room.
Well, then no, I'm not gonna just abandon him.
So you get a click in your helmet that says, "Go, you idiot. We ain't paying you to stall." And you get shocked from the seat of your bike.
You aren't paying me at all.
At that point, the HUD in your helmet starts to blink a countdown.
All right, I guess I'm gonna go.
You throttle down and you start making your approach towards the back of the pack. That's when you notice that these bikes are all armed as well.
All right.
As you're like throttling down, you see you have two weapons on the front of your. You've got like it looks like someone chopped the front of the speeder bike off and shortened it, so almost like you're snub nosed.
Okay.
And the back is heavily modified, so you've actually got like a turbine engine. So your speeder bike, rather than being long and lean, is like short and squat.
Okay.
You've got one weapon that has 3 charges, and it looks like it's some type of ion blast. Yeah, sawed-off short bike. That was the name of my middle school 4-part orchestra band. I played the tuba. So, and the other looks to be a standard blaster, and you also have limited firing capability. It looks like you had 3 shots with that, and it's got a recharge time on it.
Okay. Well, since I'm at the back, I'm just gonna try and take out whoever I've got the best shot on in front of me here.
What are you using, your ion or your regular blaster?
I'll use the regular blaster.
Make me hard.
All right.
Right now, you're like in this circular, almost tube.
Yeah, no, I botched that. So
What'd you get?
I got a 4.
You want to spend some?
No, I'm gonna take it as it comes here.
All right. You go to fire,
Mhm.
and your front laser cannon just pops, and the barrel explodes, and you see like your counter meter goes from 3 shots to a randomized number, and the charging thing is just wildly varying. And now where your front gun is, there's a massive trail of smoke coming off of it.
Fabulous.
You don't know if it's going to work or not.
No, yeah.
When you also do that, one of the bikers you were aiming at leans back and with a hand blaster fires at you, and nicks your bike. Nothing too bad, but
if we're playing by those rules, I've still got all my guns.
there you go. You're making progress, but oh gosh. Oh no, Rick. You are able to make some progress catching up.
Okay. Am I within like reach of anybody?
I don't know. Are you?
I mean, I would
You
like
tell
to
me.
try to maneuver close enough to just grab somebody.
Did you make it close enough to grab somebody? Let me know. Get at me, Wilbur. Well, no, did you're just going to tell me, did you?
Yes.
Okay. You cruise up on the guy who shot to you.
Nice.
And you're able to kind of bang the front of your smoking front end against the back end of his bike, and it kind of causes him to slow down, and he's within reach.
I'm going to grab him.
Make me, you know what? Make me a cool.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I'm acting under fire. So that would be a 9.
You grab, and his shoddy seatbelt snaps, and it's like such a jerk that he grabs onto you, and now he's riding behind you on your bike, and you're just like doing a spiral inside this tube to try to reorient with this person on your back, and you get a better look, and it looks to be what are the 3-eyed goat people?
Rees. Yeah.
Rees. Okay. It's a Rees pilot, and they're like literally holding on to you for dear life.
That's their species or just the name?
Yeah, that's their species is Rees, I think. So you're cruising along, and then you see one of the other vessels get hit with an ion, and it just slows to a stop, and you blow right by it. And they're like, ah! You see up ahead, it's one of the spots where there is open space.
Okay.
So you're literally shooting through an open end of the tube into no atmosphere space into another tube.
All right. Once we get
you also see that there's not just one potential tube opening, there's 3.
Oh. Once we get into the vacuum, I'm going to try and just throw this guy off of me.
Yeah, you'd always had the best relationship with the vacuum of space there, Wilbur.
That's true.
So you launch. You can go right, left, or straight to aim your bike towards. What are you?
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna try and go straight.
Okay. Are you throttling down hard so you have enough momentum?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're gonna go straight. Make me a hard this time to throw this guy off.
All right. That is a 10.
You reach down and you, with one hand, and you grab his wrist and you feel it break. And you look over your shoulder, and through his helmet visor, you see all three of his eyes go wide, blink once, and then he falls backwards off into the unforgiving emptiness of space as you shoot down through the middle tunnel and cruise up onto what looks to be a robot of some sort fused to a bike
Okay.
as the next person in front of you.
Well, that's ion time, baby.
You cruise through this tunnel and you see two more tunnel openings, one on each side, and other bikes start to filter out. And you realize those through tunnels come back into one, and actually one in the middle and one to the right side collide into each other, spiral, and blow up. So I need you to make me a cool as you try to go right through this wreckage.
All right. Well, I do have out of the way move.
Oh,
So-
you can use that.
Um,
Goat screams in the back. Ah! Ah! Ah!
Ah!
Ah!
all right, that is an 11.
You twist your bike into a spiral in order to miss chunks that are bouncing off of, man, my voice keeps cracking, off of this tube, to the point where you spiral right around this droid biker. So they are now behind you.
All right.
You only see about 4 bikers in front of you.
All right. Well, I don't like this guy behind me. So I'm gonna try and just shoot him with my blaster.
Are you going to turn and shoot, or are you just going to blindly shoot behind your head?
Oh shit. Well, I'm gonna wait until it's a fairly clear in front of me as far as like turns and obstacles, and then turn.
As you start to make that plan in your head, you see what look to be modified blast doors start opening and shutting like a chopper.
All right. Well, I'm not gonna worry about this guy behind me for now. I'm focusing on driving.
Make me another cool.
Okay. Oh God. All right. Well, I owe you another 5. Okay. Well, I'll take that one. That is a 9.
You managed to dodge those 3, but the 4th one whacks into the back of your giant turbine engine, and you are sputtering hard. Just as you're coming to another jump.
Oh, good.
If only you had pouches laden with thermal detonators. It sounds like we needed a rule, much like they did in Adventure Zone, Ether Sea, where one of the rules they made for their game is everyone has a knife all the time. Everyone has a knife. Everyone has a thermal detonator all the time. Scum and Villainy, baby.
Well, do I think I'm going to be able to make it through this next gap with what I've got? No. All right. Is there anybody, any other bikes within reach?
Not in front of you, but the droid bike is coming up behind you hard.
All right. I'm going to try and jump on him.
So no, you know what? Just roll your dice. I got a mental picture of this.
Okay. That is, I owe you another 5.
Kids.
Oh God. Come on. For the kids. All right, I'm taking so that I rolled an 8.
You pull the Brock Sampson move and you go 10-2, and then you let go of your speeder bike and then cannonball backwards. Grabbing as you smash your weight into this robot. The problem is you don't smash the robot all the way off. So you have half a robot attached to you, like choking you as you press down and fly through the emptiness of space. All right, as Wilbur, as you are touched by the void, Cam, Worku, Pen 15, you have the schematics.
Yeah, all undue haste. I'm just railgun is pointing forward in case we need it, but I'm trucking single-mindedly back to the ship.
You're headed to your ship because you've also have an alert. You have a location on Wilbur.
Oh,
When you plugged in, your comm goes clear, and your tracking mechanism is showing you on a little hollow screen, like where Wilbur's like moving outside of the station.
Yeah, moving for Dolores.
Do you tell us?
Cam? I mean, you could see it. It like a little HUD screen pops up out of this plug-in point, so you can see this.
I mean, I like Wilbur, but I love Dolores X.
You're like, I loved Wilbur when he had organic legs. Now that he has mechanical legs, not so much.
No, that made him like me more.
I thought you would feel like he's stealing your gig.
Yeah.
He's mocking you.
Like,
do we all see the HUD, but do we recognize like, oh, this is Wilbur, or are we just getting a thing?
No, it's like you see this dot and then all of your comms ping. Wilbur, your comm is going off like mad.
yeah. Plus, if he's going out in space, we'll need to pick him up, and we're probably closer to one.
So it's like there's space where he's going into, and then he's coming back in the station. It's like he's strangely in both places off and on, and he's moving alarmingly fast.
Yeah, we'll go for I'm going for Dolores.
What is Wilbur doing?
Am I able to calculate that he would be on like a speeder bike?
Yeah, you're able to immediately figure out he's in some type of high-speed vehicle.
All right, well, then I think we have to go to Dolores. We're not going to be able to go that fast.
Correct.
So as your HUD like chunk, 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 chunks down, you can see that this looks like some type of track. Now, this I would say is something that PN15 can see, but Worku and Cam, this just looks like schematic to you. PN15, you're able to look at it and say, okay, I know what this is.
Okay, I know what this is.
Do we have any way of bringing up where we think our former negotiating friend and host might be?
No, but you do see there's a floor on the station that's completely black boxed. And that's when something hits the station from outside.
Oh, that doesn't feel good.
I think we should get to Dolores.
Yeah.
Wilbur, you're coming up to another jump.
Okay.
And you see, like, through the emptiness of space, and this robot, like, he's like kind of hitting you with his one arm, and you both turn and look at the same time as a ship jumps out of hyperspace. It looks like the very kind of rudimentary first versions of a Venator class cruiser, and a slew of very, very, very old ships fall out of the belly of the ship, and they are coming right towards the station. And you're like, oh no, and it's just this hail of blaster fire hitting the station where you're going back into. One of the other bikers that you caught up with gets vaporized by one of these shots.
Hey, haven't introduced myself. Wilbur, do you know what the hell's going on here and how we can get back into the station?
The robot is speaking like in a binary code that you're not familiar with.
Oh, all right.
And it's trying to strangle you with its one arm.
All right. Well, duly noted. I'm going to try and rip its arm off.
Get off of me. All right, give me that hard.
That'd be hard. Let me pull up my stats again here. Where's that? Come on, mouse.
As the rest of you make your way past, like, to the outer ring towards your docking bay, you can read a sitch to figure out what those fighters are. Wilbur, you're able, you get him off of you, and now he's hanging on to one side of the throttle, like he's wrapped his arm around it. So you're going even faster. You're not pedal to the metal to make a jump. You're purely pedal to the metal, and you're quickly creeping up on 2 more riders. So there's only 3 left besides you. You guys come to that blast window, and you look out. And you just see this swarm of fighters falling from the underbelly of this pre-Venator class ship. So what you got an 8?
Yeah.
Worku?
I am also an 8.
Get PN15.
What is the goal?
7 through 9 will give you a little bit, but 10 through 12 will give you exactly.
I also rolled an 8.
Okay. These ships look familiar, but they look old. These things look like they should have been mothballed. And they're like a cockpit with wings on the side that slim down into twin blasters. They are crazy maneuverable, and they are tearing through the Cloud City type dual car defense ships around the station. They're just destroying them indiscriminately and strafing across the station. The one thing you also see is a larger, what looks to be maybe a shuttle, also now disembarking from the larger cruiser and heading towards the station. Honk, you and 2OB come to your destination, to the chute area, like the garbage area for this particular station.
Oh man, what's down here? Is there anything interesting around?
There's a series of chute openings, and then there's a series of doors that will lead you into the actual compression chambers. And there's an airlock at the end of it's a very, very long hallway.
And Toby, I really was hoping he'd come down here with us. That would have made it a lot easier. Now we either got to go back up and be like, haha, Jedi left while we were in the elevator, or we got to get out of here. I think we should just get out of here.
How would you wish to facilitate our exit, Doctor?
I don't know, man. There's an airlock down there. The only, so you're okay.
You would expire.
No, I know. We gotta find a thing to get me in or something. Or we got to go back up there and lie to a crystal monster. Is there anything around? Like, are these chutes marked? Do they seem like they go different places? Like, do
They
seem
are
like
marked. Yeah,
travel tubes?
they are marked. These look like they're receptacle tubes, like they lead into these crushing stations. So I mean, you can go up them, but it's, you know, hopefully no one will throw anything down. And like it appears the suction is off, so you could crawl up a tube to a different floor or area, and they're clearly marked. Like you can see everywhere you've been on the ship, you can tell where those tubes would go. You can identify that.
Okay, I think he would try. He'd be like, all right, we can go back up one of these tubes, and he finds the one that's closest to where the new ship is.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. Why don't you act under fire to crawl up this tube?
All right. And did we get a reroll at the beginning?
I believe Beard bought it.
Okay, I'm going to use it.
Fair.
Oh, that wasn't.
Oh, do you still have your little Jetson thing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Boop, 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 boop.
You know what? What did you get in this last? I'll give you an auto +2.
I rolled it. What? +2?
Yeah.
So just a second, I got to double check my 9.
So you're able to the up part. 2OB is able to basically scale this with its. Look at my fantastic use of all 4 limbs, even though 2
You're
of them
so
are
graceful.
slightly
You're majestic, Toby.
and move your way through until you hit a point where there is an actual body in this tube, very close to the entrance into the hangar bay. It looks like a tech had been shot and then dumped in the tube.
That is a problem for somebody else. Can we move it?
Doctor, moving this requires us to no longer be in this tube. The space of this individual is occupying the space we need to go through.
Can you push like him up above? You know what I mean? Like if he
Push him out.
Yeah.
Yes, doctor. If you have your tools, we could also disassemble.
I feel like pushing will take less time.
You are the professional. So 2OB
Not very meaty.
climbs up to where the tube kind of goes from an up to kind of a slight angle and starts pushing this body back up through the tube. Doctor, we have encountered an issue. The doors of the tube, I cannot be accessed in this fashion. I cannot access the emergency hatch because the body is in the way.
Then I guess we gotta disassemble.
Do you have your tools on you? Have any tools on you?
He has all his medic. He doesn't have an infirmary. He has.
Yeah, you go about disassembling this poor tech, and its parts just kind of slide messily down this tube until you get to a point where you can see the little emergency release, and 2OB activates it, and you climb out of the garbage chute.
All right, we did it, Toby. We did it.
You're in front of this ship, and no one's there.
That seems wrong, but okay. Yeah, Honk will go into the ship, I think, because he doesn't have comm stuff, but the ship might.
Yeah, the ship does. 21B starts prepping the ship for departure as well.
Okay, Yeah, Honk will get on the comms and see if he can get a hold of Wilbur.
Why don't you give me an attuned check, Honk?
All right. 11.
You're easily able to do that to ping Wilbur, but the other thing you notice with your exceptional attunement is your comm system has another comm system that's like ghosting underneath it to a different set of receivers.
Oh man. Can he tell where they're going?
They're going to a vessel outside the ship, outside the station. You can't
Okay.
tell where, but they're definitely you're being tracked and pinged by another vessel.
Okay. One thing at a time, Honk. One thing at a time. All right.
Are you
All right.
letting 2OB know this?
Yeah, he'll tell Toby and keep trying to get a hold of Wilbur.
Do you want him to do any like check of the ship or anything?
Yeah. If he
I can run a
run us-
diagnostics on the ship. I'm not overly familiar with this vessel, doctor, but I can look for
Sure.
abnormalities.
All right. Yeah. Do your best. It's and he'll tell him everything he could figure out about the comm.
So he's able to jam the ghost link underneath it.
Mhm.
He can't find out where the signal's going though. And his guess is that the ship might be cloaked.
Okay.
But he also has found 15 other abnormalities to this vessel that all appear to be recently added, which by recently he means within the last hour.
What kind of abnormalities?
There are tracking devices. There is a device to alter our transponder code, as well as numerous explosives that have been attached to the hull of this vessel. This will take me approximately 15 minutes to remove the explosives, and then I can begin removing these other devices. I am not a technician, doctor. I am a robotic nurse.
No, I appreciate that. Why don't you get started on that? Toby, you're the best friend I've ever had. And then your legs look so nice.
I am extremely fond of you, doctor.
I'll see what I can figure out. Well, you get started on that. I'll see what I can figure out, and we'll meet somewhere in the middle. All right.
He immediately leaves the ship and starts. You can hear him using vibro cutters to cut these like explosive nodules off the ship. You ping out to Wilbur. Wilbur, your comm's blowing up, baby. It's like the days of having a pager.
If I have a second, I'll answer it. But
You're cruising hard up on these two guys who are like kind of banging sides together and kind of jostling for position.
Do they have turbines?
No, one has a turbine. Actually, one has two smaller turbines, like side by side. And the other one is like your classic Imperial style speeder, like long, sleek speeder bike.
Yeah.
The only difference is it has like a mounted gun on the back that this guy like can reach back and fire randomly. That appears to be very much aftermarket and not have the same charging issues that your bike has.
I'm gonna try to.
By the way, what's the name of your bike? Like it's on the side of your bike. What's the name of it?
Well, I'm on the robot's bike now.
Oh yeah. So what's the name of on the robot's bike? Just for poos and laughs.
Super Spike just named it.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's beautiful.
So I'm going to try to the droid is still hanging off the throttle.
Yeah, pulling the throttle down.
Yeah, so I'm going to try and maneuver the bike so that the droid ends up like hitting the turbines of the turbine.
You're gonna try to allow it to get sucked into the turbine.
Yeah, or at least just kind of intermingle these things that should not.
Give me a cool. That's amazing.
All right. Come on. Another. I'm gonna re-roll one of these here. Ah, there we go. That is 12.
Oh, 12, nice. So you're able to like maneuver your bike and you actually pull up and turn and it gets sucked right into the turbine and the engine's going boom, 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 and the back end of this bike blows up. Sending the front end slowly spiraling forward to hit and ricochet off. You're now and you can now see the leader and you're side by side banging with this other driver.
And
he's like trying to pull the gun off of the mount on the back and occasionally elbowing you and driving and looking, ahead.
Do I have control of the throttle again?
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
If you realize though, if you throttle down, this guy's gonna blow by you.
Oh yeah, no, I'm keeping it pinned for now. I am going to let's see what I've got here.
As you're doing that, Cam, Roku, Pen 15, you're running now through this outer ring, and this station is getting just peppered. And as this is happening, you can see this larger shuttle, heavily armored, with an escort making its way to the larger open docking area, which is beside where Dolores is currently docked.
Do these look like Imperial? Older. So we're talking like Republic era, or are we talking about like non-Republic
era ships? The only ship that even looks like you've seen before is this like very, very, very rudimentary, like two generations prior Venator class cruiser.
Okay. PN, what's the chances we beat them to the hangar?
What are the chances, Ben?
Even at their fastest, these fleshy ones will slow you down and with your new railgun will slow you down just enough to assure simultaneous arrival.
We will arrive simultaneously. Perhaps your efforts would be better served running.
So you guys chug along, and you can literally see through the last outward-facing blast window this ship docking as you get to your door to your where the two droids were destroyed earlier, your door into your docking bay.
Are they going into the same docking bay or an adjacent one?
Adjacent.
Okay, cool.
Where is the black box in relationship to this?
Middle of the station.
Shit. Okay.
You're also like, as you're seeing this, kind of you pass this last blast window, you're seeing just like jettisoning of escape pods and smaller vessels leaving through these private docking bays as fast as possible. Some of them are just getting outright destroyed by these very fast little fighters.
Oh.
I have also, as we were running back, I was also remotely taking Dolores through the
beep, beep.
startup.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. As you
like to call it foreplay.
God damn it.
As you reach the doors and you open them, do you want to do anything to the doors? Just came through?
I'll slap a motion detector explosive.
Okay, you slap it on the doors you just came through. You are getting an alert from Dolores that you are being proximity scanned, that everything is being proximity scanned by that large pre-Venator. And that's when you see something cutting through the adjacent wall to the next docking bay. And the atmospheric shield for this bay goes down. So Cam and Worku, your atmosphere is being sucked out, as are you. 10-15, you're like, oh, wind.
Am I able to grab the two of them?
Make me a cool.
What is cool? Cool is +1. All right. I'm going to use the.
Why didn't I choose a jetpack?
Thanks to another $5 to Ben, that's going to be a 13.
All
So, the first time you reach for Cam, you miss, but Worku ends up grabbing that arm and kind of clinging to you, and then you turn and you actually pull down your railgun, and Cam grabs a hold of the barrel, and you're able to back your way into the gangplank of Dolores.
I shoot him in the face and say, "Droids forever, death to the fleshies."
As you're able to get on, you start to feel Dolores being pulled. The vacuum is pulling your ship out of the bay, and you see, first of all, you see the blast door mine you put blow up, and you see that carving adjacent open up, and you see what looked to be some type of trooper in silver and black armor, that it looks very dated, come in, and they're just blasting through this as the gangplank shuts and you float out into space.
Okay, I'm hauling ass up into the. Well, I'm stowing the railgun as I haul ass up into the cockpit.
Cam, you're so cold, like your hands feel stuck to the railgun. So when he stows it, it like flips you over and you land on your butt. And you're like, oh gosh, that was seeing my entire life flash between my short seconds of my life.
Do I still have all my bits and pieces?
You do.
All right, good. So as soon as I get up off my ass, I want to make it to the guns, and if anybody starts firing at us, I will return.
You are being shot at by these troopers that have emerged. So they're like, because there was kind of a storm asking about the carbonized stormtrooper. No, so these are wearing like silver half hoods, black face, silver armor, and then black leggings with silver boots. They're almost all in silver, and they're using ordnance that's old. It's very workable, but it's old.
All right. Well, yeah, I'm going to slide down into the dorsal cannon and just start blasting, I guess.
Yeah. Are you blasting into the hangar, or are you blasting out at all the ships that are
I feel like
around?
I feel like Cam is probably better at well, Cam's still on his ass, so maybe not.
Well, I was getting up, but you probably beat me to guns, yeah.
Well, then, yeah, I would say that getting shot at by the pew pews is not going to be as bad as getting shot at by the boom boom. So I'm gonna try to get a beat on the larger vessels that are attacking the like life pods and things that are blasting away.
So the large vessel seems to be concentrating most fire on the station itself, but the smaller vessels are mopping up, because most of the ships leaving this are not combat ships. They're civilian ships. They're gamblers. They're, passenger ships.
Okay, well, then I'll go for the small fighters then and try to provide some cover.
Make me a hard as you unleash with your cannons.
Oh, I will be more than happy to. I have a +3 hard, and I rolled a 9.
Yeah, you're
Nice.
just like, these things maneuver really well and they are quick, but you've shot TIE fighters, which are definitely quicker and a little more maneuverable. PN15, why don't you make me a cool as a few of these fighters start to bear down on you, since you've got their attention now with Roku's. Cam, what are you doing while this is all going on?
Getting up off my ass, and we have 2 guns or 1 on our.
I believe you have 2.
Yeah, we got 2.
Yeah, so I'll go to the other gun and just start also firing at those ships.
If I remember, you have a turn on a top and a turn on bottom, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Cam, you make your way to the top turret. You can make me a hard. What did you get? PN115?
9.
9. So like the Dolores like floats out and you kick the engines on, and this fighter strafes the top, and you manage to turn your ship sideways. Cam, as you're crawling up, you like get banged against the inside of the wall. You make your way up though, to kind of set Kitty Wampus, and you start to spin the Dolores. But you know you've taken some damage before you get your shields fully up. Cam, what'd you make on your attack?
I got an 8.
You return fire. You don't destroy this vessel, but you definitely warn it off, and it flies away for easier targets. Wilbur, what are you doing?
Well, if I've only got the one,
You have
There's
a guy
only-
beside you and a guy in front of you.
yeah, I'm gonna try and nail the guy beside me with my vibro sword.
Off with his head.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see here. That would be. Oh, that's a good roll. Is that going to be hard or cool? Probably hard.
Hard.
Then that is a 13.
You slash at him, and he thinks you're swinging at him, and he's like curves backwards, and you cut the bike off at the handles all the way through, and that front of the bike comes flying forward and blows up the bike in front of you, and he goes backwards and blows up behind you as you reach the finish line.
Oh, all right.
There's no one there, but you do. Everyone is panicked and fled. As you pull in to stop, and you're like, "Where's what?"
At least
But you do see Noel on the ground as you jump off the bike.
Yeah, I'm going to jump off the bike and grab Noel and head back to the hangar.
You do also notice that there is a massive amount of credits
Oh,
and like these prize stacks.
sure. Yeah, let's do it.
You gonna grab them?
Oh yeah, I'm not dumb.
You just grab credits, you know. Okay. So you're carrying a bag of credits in one hand and a unconscious Jedi over your shoulder.
Yeah, I took his robe off. I made it kind of a bindle.
He was yeah. So now he's just in regular clothes rather than his weird space robe, half robe thing. You go back the way you came, and you walk out, and you are met with as you run into a fleeing Devil Lepomp. You literally smack into each other, and she like looks at you, and she's like, "Another time."
Yep, just untangle ourselves and go our separate ways.
You also realize she's down about half the entourage she had with her. And that's when you hear blaster fire down the hallway from your docking bay. And you catch the glimpse of station security, these droids running for their lives. As you make it to the docking bay door. It opens, and you see 2OB on the outside of the ship removing these nodules.
All right. I'm going to get Noel into the ship and then see how I can help 2OB.
You just kind of take Nolan, and you don't have time for niceties. You just drop him into Bindalo credits. You get out, and 2OB says, "Oh, hello, Wilbur, my good friend."
Hello, 2OB. How can I help?
And he like kind of raises his 3-fingered hand and shows, like, directs your attention to all these like 6 remaining explosive nodules that have been attached to this vessel. Honk,
Right.
what are you doing during this?
Honk has been trying to get a hold of Wilbur.
Oh yeah,
So
so,
I
yeah,
feel-
you get in,
so I
Wilbur,
feel like-
and like
I feel like
it's your
Wilbur, like,
phone just won't stop, buzzing.
and I feel like Wilbur, like, the second Wilbur, like, comes into the ship, Honk's like, "Answer your comms much?" And
I'm busy. Just drop the robe full of credits and Noel.
Honk, you gotta
Thanks.
be like, what have you been doing?
what have you been doing?
As you guys are both removing your last nodules, your blast door to your hangar is blown open, and these troopers in silver and black come in, and they start firing on your vessel.
All right. Well, I'm going to grab any nodules within reach and just kind of whip them in the general direction of these soldiers.
Why don't you act under fire for me, Wilbur?
Okay, we another $1. All right. So that would be a 10.
You throw this thing, and like one of the troopers accidentally hits it, and it just blows up that entire area, and creates like a firestorm in this docking bay. And you guys are able to climb down. I mean, you're getting singed, but it could have been way worse. And that's when you look down, and all of the nodules start to activate.
Time to go. Grab Toby and
You and Toby get on as the docking, as the gangplank shuts. Your ship, Honk, like all of these alerts start going off at one time.
What do the alerts say?
They're
about to
basically
blow up.
letting you know,
You're on fire.
basically incoming projectiles.
I gathered that without the alerts.
Are you just gonna hit the gas and go?
He'll wait till they come back in, and he'll be like, "Are they off? Are we gonna blow up?"
no, we're cool.
Doctor-
Everyone's off the ship.
Doctor, you should proceed post haste.
Yeah, he starts the ship. Gets out of
So
there.
are
Not
you- are you-
hyperspace. Not
Okay.
hyperspace.
You're just hitting full throttle.
Full throttle.
Okay, so you full throttle your way in reverse out of this. And as you do, like, you have to cover your eyes through your helmet because the entire bay is blown up from these explosions. And while your ship comes out, I need you to make me a cool.
I rolled a 12. So that's
So
an 11.
your ship, like, it's blown, so your ship is going backwards at full speed, and you're able to wrest control to right your ship and get it turned so you take the least amount of damage possible on this new vessel, which you're like, this vessel's pretty nice.
This vessel's pretty nice.
You spin that way, and you're in the middle of a giant firefight.
Holy shit. Why is the galaxy like this?
Wilbur, your comm is still just blinking like mad.
I'm gonna answer it.
You are, I believe it was Roku who was reaching out to you.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Well, it appears that We've somehow managed to be back at the same place at the same time. You know what they say about the clutch that escapes together?
Eats
We
grapes
escape
together.
together. Where are you?
Honk, as you're doing evasive maneuvers, you see your former Lambda class shuttle jump to hyperspace.
Son of a...
He's probably kind of relieved that his new shady friends seem to have gotten to safety.
You also notice General Coda's vessel and entourage also jump out, just as 2 Imperial Star Destroyers jump in.
Honk will actually, once he sees them go to hyperspace, he'll be like, "Oh yeah, coordinates," and he'll put in coordinates to Mandalore, but not set them. Like he won't activate hyperspace, but he'll. But that way, if he has to be like, "Ah shit,"
do you want Hollow to do it? Are you going to hook Hollow up to your ship?
Yeah, is that a thing? Sure.
Yeah, you can hook her up to your ship.
Great. Yeah, Hollow can do it.
Hello. Have you achieved objectives?
Yes. He'll like hold up the data pad. He'll be like, "We did."
Coordinates for your jump to see Olari Marin have been entered.
Oh,
Preparing for the jump to hyperspace.
I figure like Wilbur's like, "Wait, could you wait? My friends are here." So, like Wilbur's probably. Wait, yeah. Wilbur, are you ready? It sounds like you're having a kind of an intense conversation back there.
Let's go.
Okay.
PN15, you see the shuttle that landed next to you, slowly pulling out and heading towards that Venator class as just an ungodly amount of TIE fighters start dropping.
Okay. I'm going to let, over the comms, I'm going to say to both Cam and Roku, hold on to your fleshy butts. And then, thanks to a $10 donation, I am going to execute the Talon roll.
I would really, I'm super hungry. I would totally eat a Talon roll right now.
Yeah,
That sounds great.
That sounds really good.
bring them on.
I'll take 2.
Yeah.
In fact, let's do a double Talon roll.
What is a Talon roll? I made this list a year ago.
Somebody has to say
it's the thing that we were asked to do for $10.
Yeah, Talon roll is basically like when you're kind of going. It's something you actually do in like X-wing or like Armada. It's like the 3 kind of like it's the kind of big arc roll that brings you around to like shoot essentially.
So
with Millennium Falcon rotation.
So as Honk's vessel, what's the name of your ship, of your new ship?
I just got it. I haven't named it yet.
Are you gonna name it mine too?
No.
Mine as well. So as you're flying the mine and like you realize like your jump coordinates are gonna take you right past these 2 Star Destroyers, this new-ish Corvette comes flying by and literally rolls itself around so it lines up like literally right above you and strafes a hole through this TIE fighter wing in order to like cut a path. The only problem it has is you're worried because you have to fly right by these 2 Star Destroyers, which are bearing down on this satellite. So you're going to run the gambit of a crossfire if they decide to fire on you. And this is as you watch this strange shuttle get into this Venator style cruiser that then also jumps, but it leaves behind a bunch of those fighters, which then become Durasteel Coffins. Yes. Durasteel Coffins was my Star Wars synth cover band in high school.
That's a really good name for a ship.
Dolores Steel Coffin. And we have the coordinates for getting back to Olari Marin, right?
No, because you need them through Hollow, which Wilbur had.
But I mean, I would send them, wouldn't I?
So you start sending these coordinates, and that's when the jam from the Imperial ships starts to hit, and you notice a third cruiser enter the sector, and you recognize it as an interdictor cruiser. Its interdictor field has not come up yet, but you know that you have minutes before you're stuck in system.
Okay. I am then going to plot a hyperspace jump to Jakku.
Perfect. Okay, it doesn't take you long to do.
Nobody goes there.
I want you both pilots to make me cools to run the gambit and then make your jumps as you move between these two Star Destroyers and assorted fighters that are still doing their business. It's fair, Ryan. It's fair.
Joel?
12, baby.
All right. It's 8.
Okay.
8 for
So the Dolores 2 literally looks like it stalls out and drops behind your ship, Honk. And then like literally drops back and then drops down and uses its turrets to run beneath, like almost turns itself sideways so both turrets can strafe the bottom of these Star Destroyers before jumping to hyperspace.
Holy shit.
You are flying behind that, and it gives you enough cover, and you jump. The problem is between the sending of the coordinates to Jakku from Dolores 2 and Hollow entering the coordinates to meet Alari Marin, you just end up somewhere in random space. Your hyperdrive, everything is not your motor, nothing's wrong with it. It's just you have mixed coordinates, and you find yourself in the upper atmosphere of a planet descending quickly. So you need to make me a cool check so you don't crash.
Okay. Well, the good news is I have had to use cool enough that I hit my experience reset. So now my cool is just 0. So, $5. Okay. All right. That is 9.
So you're able to pull yourself out of the nosedive, but you take enough kind of damage, like going over the tree line, that you know you're going to need some repairs, which is good because you are headed towards what looks to be a small settlement, but a small settlement that is technologically enough forward where you're not on a mudball planet. So you're able to land, and you're met at this landing site by the local security because you landed with you jumped into atmosphere, which is a huge no-no. You're met there, and they wait for you to disembark, and there are ships now flying above, preparing you from preventing you from leaving.
So Honk will get he'll get
as you get ready to leave,
disembark.
2OB stops you and says, "Doctor, I was not able to remove all of the internal gifts that were left. We have oscillating transponder codes that appear to be extremely negative. I was able to remove the tracking device, but we still have the whisper on our comms beneath and this oscillating transponder, which is eliciting transponder codes that appear to be illegal in nature.
Well, let's get back to work on that. Thank you, Toby, for the update and your continued grace and friendship. Wilbur, maybe get those.
Noel
Those
is
two friends?
finally getting up. Like as soon as you got up far away from what was going on, like he
Mhm.
kind of just woke up.
Hey, Noel. I don't know where we
Where-
are.
What? I feel like
Yeah.
like I'm just getting out of a cloud of just nothing.
Yeah. Well, no, it's okay. The crystal turned Tutu into the crystal monster, and he's back on the casino, which is probably exploded by now. So, in a roundabout way, we got rid of it.
He looks completely like just he goes pale, gaunt even, just shocked and horrified by the situation.
All right.
Where are
Yeah,
we?
I didn't know that's what happened to Tutu. That's not great.
Yeah. Sorry, we didn't really have a lot of time to like sit down and chat.
Oh, yeah, I get it.
So, but yeah, well, we can go over it in depth. I've got to go tell some people here that we're not illegal or whatever. So,
Yes, yeah.
Your gangplank starts to lower as you walk out. So let's go to the crew of the Dolores too. You guys jump into the Jakku system outside of Jakku proper. You know that there's Imperial presence in the system. Do you want to jump back out? Do you want to start like building in your coordinates to your next jump? What do you want to do?
Yeah, so we would have a way of getting a hold of our employer.
Hollowwood. Hollowwood.
I am going to reluctantly. We don't have Hollow, do we?
No.
No.
Wilbur has Hollow.
Okay, so I'm going to reach out to Wilbur.
You're able to comm Wilbur. Wilbur,
What?
you're getting a comm from Pen 15.
I need the coordinates for where we go after the job. You
Ah.
have Hollow.
How about the coordinates to where we are?
That would not help me complete our job.
No, but I feel like we need to regroup before.
Also, they have the package. You do not. You could go back to Laurie Mary and say, job's done. And she'd go, okay, where's that information? And you go, oh, Wilbur has it.
Yeah.
And we go boom on the HoloNet.
Do you really
Am
think
I
she's going to
able-
meet you in person?
Hold on, let
Am I
me.
able to figure out from the communication link where they're at?
Well, or maybe 2OB could. Or
2OB can send you the sector information.
Okay.
So you have
Uh,
coordinates.
So once I get that, I'll plot those in and jump to where they are.
You're getting pinged nonstop by the local Imperials who are cruising up on you because your ship, as you well know, doesn't have a transponder code.
Well, we have that rotator.
Oh, that's right. You do have a rotator.
They definitely got a transponder code.
So you've got a code, and they are very unsure. So they appear to be wanting to board and potentially tariff your ship. At least check for smuggling.
How dare you?
So why don't you give me a cool to get everything going so you can jump out of the system before they can arrive and tractor beam you.
Okay. It would be a 10.
So like you're stalling with like broken communication line, and right as they enter into a space where they start to get their tractor beam locked on, you just poof, you jump out of system. And you arrive in the system where your friends are located, which I don't have a name for right now. Honk, you walk down the gangplank and you see what look like a mixture of private security and Imperial forces. And an administrator walks up and says, I'm not sure why you're here or why you came out so abruptly. But this is a Zavis mining colony. Xeris mining colony. Is that right? Is that right?
Yeah.
This is Xeris mining colony.
Mm-hmm.
You're violating Imperial space, and as well as non-public Imperial space. I'm afraid I'm going to have to detain you until I can contact head administrator. You're under arrest.
Okay.
And that's where we're going to stop.
Join us next year.
I'm assuming, I'm assuming at some point someone will donate $100, so I'd have to do an extra.
You know, Ben.
And I ended on time. Woo!
You know, Ben. Technically, I got last night a $100 donation.
How technically?
Yeah, I mean, it's like it didn't happen during this stream, but I got one.
Yeah, this is kind of like, all of the slasher movies from the 80s, like The Final Nightmare, all that. Yeah, of course there's money in them there hills. So yeah, if we get a donation of $100,
we did technically get $100 donation during the stream, and by we
because
I mean me.
Yeah, no.
You want it? We'll get you.
I mean, on my own, I think
either 100 to me or a total of 300 between all six of us. Counting the donations you had to make to me for all your rerolls.
Well, yeah, I mean, I already owe you. I gotta.
All right.
So I'm pretty sure we might be pushing that 300 spot.
I'm at 55 because I got a $50 donation during the stream, and I paid for one reroll.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you my reroll stuff and an extra $20. So that's my fifth of the.
I can't even see what that is. I'm sure it's awesome. It's for children. Yes, Phantom Shockwave.
It is. In the end, it is all for the children.
I want to make Joel biggest. How do I make Joel biggest?
You go like this.
Roll hard.
Hard.
Make Joel biggest. Yes, but Joel biggest.
You gotta turn off your background. Oh, there we go.
That's beautiful.
Fair. All right. Tell everybody where you're at next, folks.
All right. Well, you can find me at Cubicle Zombie on Twitter and Instagram. On Twitter, there is a pinned post with my link to donate. Next, I have a break for an hour, but then I will be with Ben again. There is no such thing as a small job or the big time. So we'll see how that goes.
I'm Warrior. You can find me at WarriorMN on the socials. You can find me next. I've got a little bit of a break. If you follow my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/WarriorMN, I might hop on for a minute. I also might eat or sleep. You can find me next at 3 p.m. right here on twitch.tv/KnownWorldUnited. I will be in now. That's what we call Christmas Volume 8? ? That's right. And if you go to my page, if you go to my Extra Life page, anytime during that game, I will have in-game incentives for Ferdinand. So get into it.
Hey, dude. How's it going? You can find all of my stuff on the socials. Huey Beard Walks on Twitter, Up Your Architecture on Instagram. I'm trying to post stories, memes, and all sorts of good things. Excited to be running next at 3 p.m. for now. That's what I call Christmas Volume 8. And then playing Frankincense this evening at the Murder Mystery at 7 p.m. And then the return of Touch Philip late tonight and Tales from the Loop. He's much more mature and so much more attractive to the ladies. And then I'm also going to be doing a weird Pokemon Go. There's a Community Day Classic today from 2 to 5. So I'm going to try to catch as many Dratini as I can from 2 to 3 p.m. and do a little challenge for anybody that's willing to donate $1 for each Dratini caught. Check it out. I'll be putting that up on my socials.
Hey, I'm going to be playing Ben's next game in about an hour, which I think is going to be on Heel Turn, the Heel Turn channel, if I remember correctly. After that, I will be playing the Christmas Cracker Murder Mystery over on the Lady Christie channel tomorrow morning. Get some Minecraft and some prep school, and probably hopping in over on the Dave Wonder stream at some point as well. So yeah, you'll be seeing me coming up here. But for now, I think I need some lunch.
Lunch sounds good. Things that I'll be doing. I will be finishing up the current sketch, thanks to James's wonderful donation to have me sketch dumb crap from our adventures just now. I will next up. I have a 2-hour break here. I might jump on Twitch to do some character work, but I do want to grab lunch and maybe shower and close up my house so it's not 30 degrees in here. Later on at 3 p.m., I will be in the Christmas Adventure with Rendigal Raka, who is built to remove him. Big incentive there is $5. He will rip somebody's arm or leg. You can pick the appendage he will rip. So there will be a bounty there. As always, you can pay me $5 for quick sketches of our adventures while they happen, and a cheap $50 donation or more. You're welcome to donate more than 50, but a $50 donation is all it takes to have me draw your PC or NPC character art. I will do one figure. So please take me up on that. I may not be super quick at it, but I'm not capping it off until I have 10. If I have 10 at one time, I'll put a cap on it until I get caught up and then add more slots. Currently, I've got 2, so there's room for 8 more. Please take me up on that. $50 for, like, if we're talking hourly rate, you are paying for 1 hour of work on something that I'm probably going to spend. I think so far the shortest one was about 15 hours. So this is crazy cheap for what you're going to get. After Christmas, I will be playing Robin Redbreast, the former retired MI6 agent, and quite the ladies' man. That's what's coming up.
Meow. Oh, hey guys, it's me. It's your King Ginger. The offer stands. $100 gets you some closure, I guess. That's right. I'm holding everyone hostage with this.
It's
For
only
the children.
It's only 80 now. I put 20 in there.
Hey, baby.
So we'll see what happens with that. Thank you guys. You can find me like all over the place. It's an hour running that Capers game. And then late night with Colin again. I'll make a new boy. So yeah, and then son tomorrow. I don't know. It's gonna be sad because I'm gonna get even less sleep tonight. Tomorrow I'll be all over heel turn with the beard, doing all sorts of shenanigans. So you can find us over there. Again, thank you all so much for joining us. Thank you everyone in the chat. Thank you everyone who donated to any or all of us. And we hope you had as good a time as we did. So we'll see you in the next one. Bye.